Hello, 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 hello. Hello. Boom. Oh, jeez. Boom. Back at it again with the VTuber stuff. It's always the most reliable fallback project for whenever I don't really want to do something. Send me. Alright, there we go. Let's see. This is OBS WebSocket or OpenCPace? This is OBS WebSocket. Get out of here. We don't want to do any WebSocket stuff. WebSockets are for nerds. OpenCPace. There we go. Just to confirm, where are we? Oh, the pixel thing, to be honest, it's actually good enough for me. And the fact that, no, people don't seem to be that interested in it, so whatever. I guess they're more interested in the someone else's pixel art tool that has less features but has a way nicer UI, so whatever, I guess. Forgot that UI basically means features for most people, unfortunately. But so it goes. So it goes. Fortunately, the main person I made the pixel art tool for was me. So I don't have to feel weird about just doing things that I only want to do. We'll go back to it at some point. Not salty, by the way. Just extremely salty. Not a normal amount of salt, but just an extreme amount of salt, that's all. That's okay though. Alright, so we're on remote control. Let me see. Let me check it out. That pull request is still active. Let's actually work on that for a little bit. Let's see if I can get that merged. Even though it's almost completely useless for most people right now, I think it is just nice to have. Because the idea of the feature that is currently, or I guess the idea of the branch that I'm currently on is to have like basically like a completely separate app, potentially just like a web app as well, right? That's, you know, you can turn on. Let me see. I'm not using that build. I'm using the released 0.80 release. But you can see here that we have remote control just kind of running. Yeah, so there's the remote control server. We can turn it on and off under the very cleverly titled 2422 port. How mature. Yeah. So it's there. I think the only thing that needs to be changed is the ability to omit data, right? The ability to omit data. And then this is also kind of where it would be nice to basically rewrite this in a more structured language, in a language that has better class support, so it doesn't blow up every time you change some classes. So, you know, C# rewrite incoming when? At some point. At some point. And then I think if I ever did like the C# rewrite, and then I think the C# rewrite is probably pending Godot 4 like actually getting real support for C#. I actually don't think that the Godot 4 alpha has support for C#. Now that I'm thinking about it, I need to check. Hold on. So Godot 4 alpha. So it's GD script only for now, right? Downloads. Let's see, mono builds, yeah. So I think I'm not interested in using GD script except for anything except for like the UI pages, because actually, if you take a look at the code base, all of the UI stuff, like app settings, these are actually, it's very JavaScript-like in how I'm using it. So I think that's the approach I'm thinking about in the future. Let's see. I actually think this is good enough. The only thing is I need to... Alright, yeah, I see. The last thing I need to do for this is to turn model manipulation into a signal, so it's something that can be manipulated remotely as well. Oh, it's right here, move model. What do you know? Is that something I added? Am I dumb? Did I add this? Who was it? No, this has been here from the start. Oh my god. That's amazing. Wow. This has always been here? Am I some sort of idiot? Sure. Why not? Let's give it a try then. So for I in, let's see, we'll call it move model, rotate model, and zoom model. We'll do app manager, SB, connect, I, self, and then on, yeah, one of these. But we won't actually set any config. I think that's what I'm gonna try. So instead of actually manipulating these values directly, I'll send them all over the signal broadcaster. It's gonna be a lot slower for sure. But it does open me up to actually manipulating things directly, which is nice. Oh, these are all bools. Oh. These aren't like values. Does anything use these? Now I'm curious. No. Move model. This should be in a few places. Move model. Yeah, this is tied to an XML file for sure. Event move model, and then who's listening for this? GUI is listening for this. GUI GD. What are you doing? Should move model. Then what are you using move model for? Who needs this? Oh. Wait a minute. Oh, these are all handled like directly by the GUI too, huh? Interesting. So what's the difference between this one and this one? Oh, these are like hotkeyed. Ah, okay. These are like ultra hotkeyed. So this doesn't actually need to. Okay, interesting. I apologize for my stupidity. These are the ultra hotkeys, so basically debug only. Whereas this is where the magic happens. So move model, broadcast move model. See, these match one-to-one with the buttons, right? But then I need to add additional signals for actually manipulating the model. So I wonder if I should... I wonder if I should, Yeah, hold on. I feel like I've also talked about this before. What this does mean is I need to do this, and I need to actually create new signals. Which is annoying, but that's okay. So there's move model. Where it's like manipulate. Yeah, it's like move model, data. All right. So some sort of value. That should be. It's just an up down. Ooh. Hold on. Bone posing, model and prop movement, and then this is all into GUI. So model translates. Vector 3, boom, boom, boom. Okay, yeah, so some sort of vec2, where this is like mouse delta, I suppose. I need to start giving these more descriptive variable names, even though it's not even a variable name, it's just a placeholder name. Broadcast move model data. So this is the mouse delta, some sort of vector 2. Emit signal move model data with the mouse delta. Wow. Okay. So describes whether or not the model should actually be moved by the mouse. This one is similar. Actually be rotated by the mouse. Describes. Model should be take out actually. There we go. So then move model data. So this is the actual like the mouse data that would be applied to the model in order to transform it. Yeah, so this is actually yeah, this moves everything into like a weird callback based system, which is kind of cool. It's kind of cool. So if rotate model, okay. So this is still, yeah, this is still some sort of mouse delta, right? And it's not, yeah, the mouse delta, change in mouse position, whatever you want to call it, right? Yeah, and then this has to be 100% pre-transformed. Yeah, I should try to avoid doing any transformations in Signal Broadcaster. Yeah, and then these are all just the same thing, by the way. Mouse data to be applied to the model. Signal zoom model. Data probably means something different in this day and age. Am I right, fellow Zoomers? Not a Zoomer. I'm a millennial. Millennials are starting to get kind of old nowadays, huh? Although I was surprised because on one of the, it's just like the kind of weird online games I play, there is a, I don't know, it's like someone new came into the usual chat room, right? And then they were like, yeah, and then they were like, I don't know. They're just like, yeah, I'm old. I'm 25. I'm like, wait a minute. Wait a minute. I'm older than 25. What does that make me then? Like halfway in the grave? That's wild. Yeah, it's good to be mature on the internet. I'm like, I don't know what that means. What does that mean? Mature on the internet in like a tiny little back room like chat channel on a dying game. Whole lot of good that's gonna do for you. Alright, so here, I mean this is not great. But actually, look, I'm looking at it again. Model display screen. We can do a similar strategy as we did here. Yeah. And then since we don't even need to like preset any values, because everything in the GUI will preset itself. I mean, that's just how it's designed. Yeah, so what we can do is, you know, for I in app, or just in these, right? So I'll just pre-construct this. So I don't even need to maintain these things. We'll just kind of connect ourselves. So it'll be move model, rotate model, zoom model. And we can do it in several passes as well. That's okay. Actually, since we're 100% going to multi-line it, we might as well put everything on separate lines. So that's load model. And since we are putting everything on separate lines as well, do it like this. How nice. Get in here. Chatbots that I hardly ever use. Alright, so let's give this just a pass for now. Now, or actually, what am I doing? It should just be like that. Boom, boom. That looks a lot more natural. Set model transform. So a pose model. Really glad I'm getting like random code completion for this. That's very convenient. Move model data. I'm not sure how I'm getting code completion, by the way. I think it's just like the Godot plugin is somewhat confused at this point. Yeah, there we go. And then we'll do this. Which is like, should probably just be like a private function. Yeah, so we'll do it like a generic connect, right? Generic connect. So we'll add something to app manager just as a helper function. Or maybe I can add that to the signal broadcaster. Yeah. You can do that as well. Let's add that to signal broadcaster as well. Or instead, I should say. So this is a helper function. So func. We'll call it just, I really like calling it register. I don't know why. Just my favorite thing to call things. So you're either connecting things or you're registering things. Both of which more or less mean the same thing, except register almost implies like, or connect and register almost imply like two different like viewpoints. So if you connect to something, that means that you are connecting to something else. Whereas if you register with something, that something else is registering you. I think that's kind of how I have it set up in my brain, but that's more than likely not universal. Signal name, some sort of string, and then we'll do So connect signal name to n. We should probably call it O, actually. I did n for object, but this is probably better. On this thing, and then we'll plug in signal name. Yeah, so this is 100% just a wrapper function. Wrapper for generically connecting to a signal. Yeah, so register, then here we'll do app manager, SB, register, self, and then just I, which means that we can take out all of these. We'll do the same for features and then presets and app settings. So it kind of cuts down on the noise a little bit. It's definitely a lot less verbose for sure. And this is like 100% taking advantage of the fact that everything in Godot is configured using strings, which generally is just one of the worst things possible. But in this case, it's all right. Let's give this a try. Yeah, it took a little bit to connect for sure. Yeah, so this stuff all works. Cool. Definitely took a little bit to connect though. It was like a weird, I felt a weird hiccup, but it's also possibly because of all the things that I need to do. Names for I in this thing. Let's just do this now. It's gonna be painful, but that's what being an adult is all about. Sometimes you need to go through a little bit of pain. Sometimes it's gonna suck. But that's alright. Because we know that we're doing this for a good cause. What's the cause exactly? You know, don't worry about it too much. Is it a good cause? I don't know, like promoting weeb degeneracy. There are worse things to really propagate out there, but not the worst either. Not the worst. Oh yeah, that's it. Hit it with one of these. Give these all a delete. I don't actually use too many of the prop stuff because I still need to re-implement like the old prop logic. It shouldn't be too hard because I used to have prop tracking way before I guess the nearest competitor, right? VC Face had it. And then once I rewrote pretty much everything, I rewrote the UI, rewrote the configuration stuff, and that broke a lot of other things as well. You might be saying, oh, does that mean, like, you wrote absolute garbage before that, right? And you would be 100% correct. And I still think the config system is a bit too clunky for now. Like, I barely understand. I barely remember how it works. I feel like the config system is one of those things where I should probably have, like, a diagram, right? Because if even, you know, me, the person who wrote the configuration system, you know, doesn't know how it works, I think it'd be a bit tough to find other people who would be willing to do the same thing. Like in some of my configuration stuff, I think it turns out pretty well. But in other projects, it just kind of, I don't know. It's just like, for whatever reason, the config system in this project has proven itself to be extremely difficult. I'm not sure why. I think it's possibly because it's one of the first big projects I've ever done that I guess I've felt the need to try to maintain instead of just rewriting it. Because usually, right, whenever I work on something and then realize like, oh no, I probably need to rewrite this, right? Usually I'm like, all right, let's rewrite if I need to rewrite one part of the application, might as well like rewrite the rest as well while we're at it. But this one was not quite the same. Not quite the same. All right, so this works. Cool. So this stuff is all hooked up. Neat. Okay, cool. So let's see. Oh, you know what? I shouldn't be directly broadcasting like model data, I suppose. I should be broadcasting just like raw mouse input data. Yeah, okay. So let's do that. Oop, don't do that. So this will be signal mouse input data. So this will be mouse position. I guess that's what it's gonna be, right? It's just gonna be like a raw input for mouse position. Or it's not even mouse position, it's like mouse delta. So mouse delta. Or it's like mouse motion data, right? Mouse motion data. So there's the mouse delta. Then we'll do func broadcast. I feel like a lot of this broadcast stuff should probably be like auto-generated. Or I should be using an auto-generator for this, since a lot of these don't require transforms. Or even if they do require transforms, I'm already like implicitly transforming it, I guess. But yeah. I need to rethink the signal broadcaster, because I think there's a lot of good things about it, for sure. I think there's a lot of good things about it. For one, it makes it a lot easier to know which parts of the application are talking to other parts of the application. That's always pretty sick. Because all you need to do is, you know, is this like a global signal? Yes. Then it's in the signal broadcast area. Whereas I think if I placed all these signals in like specific places, right? So some signals are GUI only. Some signals actually need to exist in both the GUI and the actual kind of display screen, right? That's where things start to break down. It's like I'm not sure where to put the signals if they need to exist in two places at once, you know? Now scroll data. So this, we're expecting, I don't know, just like, it's possibly just like up or down. Up or down, yeah. It's more or less just like up or down. Should how do you spell correlate? It's like correlate, right? But with an extra R. Yeah. Correlate. Should correlate with input events mouse motion relative. This one should be, you know, scroll direction, right? So func broadcast mouse scroll data. So scroll direction, some sort of integer. Emit signal, mouse scroll data. Let's see, scroll up should be positive. Scroll up is positive. Scroll down is negative. All right, cool. Just so I don't get confused. To thy own self be true. Something I've noticed as well is that you only get like function definitions in VS Code if you write like almost like a C style comment. Or not a C, yeah, I suppose it's C style, but like this isn't how you're supposed to write comments in Python style languages, right? You're supposed to use the doc string, not like the comments. I wonder if I could take a look at that at some point. Godot tools. So this is maintained by this person. Where's the repository? Open it up. 559. Is there an issue for this already where like the doc, it doesn't take the doc string? Is there a doc string? Filter by just all? Okay, cool. Suppose I could try messing with that. I don't have, actually I think I do have npm installed on my machine. Don't I? Is it npm? Nope, I don't have npm. Do I just have, You need Node npm if you want to do any Node development, and VS Code does use Node. Yeah, so there's Node.js, which is like a really old Node command, I think. Or am I remembering incorrectly? And no npm. Okay, I thought I had like TypeScript. Because you needed npm if you wanted to do Deno, right? Or no? Deno is just TypeScript. My bad. So let's see. Now that we have these, we can take out this one. Yeah, so we don't want to actually broadcast these specifically, but we do want to catch the specific mouse data. So here, it's like on mouse motion data and then mouse scroll data. So func on mouse motion data. So this will give me some sort of mouse delta, some sort of vector 2. And then we'll do the same checks here. So as we're doing up here, so model and prop movement, right? So if should move model, then we'll do model parent translate vector 3. So this would be mouse delta x. Yeah, because these should always correspond to the relative events. The mouse relative events, I should say. Yeah, there we go. If should rotate model. So I don't do an if else, right? These are just multiple if statements because you can have all of these on at the same time. So it's just something I've judged to be like a good idea. I don't know if it's actually a good idea or not. So this will be mouse delta y times mouse move strength. Then this will be rotate y. This is one of the things I don't remember why it's flipped like that, but it is. And I'm also thinking, right, like we might as well pre-translate this mouse delta, but maybe not. Maybe we'll do it later. Should move prop and prop to move translate. This stuff is almost the same as, or is the same more or less with or as moving the model. Mouse delta y times mouse move strength. Then if should rotate prop to, yeah, I don't know why I'm just retyping them over and over again. Okay, so prop to move, get child. So it's always going to be the child, because you always, if you want to be able to manipulate an object in 3D space, you do need to, I guess, have a few degrees of movements. Oh, hello, hello. How are you doing, Needle Mouse? I see you. I see you seeing me. Is it ICUP? That's how you spell iCup. It's not weird. It's not weird unless you make it weird, etc., etc. So here, what we're gonna do, we'll take this out. And instead, we'll do app manager SB broadcast mouse motion data, and then this will just be event relative. Yeah, that's pretty much it. Yeah, there you have it. And then we'll need to do the same thing for zoom data. Not gonna laugh at the ICUP joke, the iCup joke. I thought that was pretty good. A bit juvenile for sure, but I mean that's just kind of how my humor works. I was gonna say the mental aptitude of a middle schooler, but that is absolutely not true. Absolutely not true. At least I would like to believe so anyways. Should zoom model. C. Is that supposed to be like si, senor? Senora? Do you know how to roll your R's? It's something that I think a lot of people do a really poor job of explaining, is like how to roll your R's. Because actually, did you realize that in English, like the English R is actually somewhat uncommon? Like a lot of languages don't actually have a hard R sound. It's actually like a soft ra sound. So you don't make the R sound using the back of your mouth. You use like the front. You use the top of your mouth to make the R sound. Ra. And so if you do that, that's how you can roll your R's really easily. Just that most people don't realize. Oh. Anyways, model parent translate vector 3. Oh, this actually way optimizes some parts of my application as well, which is neat. Scroll strength times scroll direction. Right, and then this will be similar for zoom prop, but this is just a prop parent or prop to move. It's like prop parent. So there's like model parent and then prop parent, and then there's the actual prop. But you always want to move the outermost 3D model, or at least, you know, keep it consistent. No, you always want to move the outermost. Yeah, never mind. You always want to move the outermost, like the origin, right? So which specific set of points it exists at in 3D space. And then after that, it's like you'll want to manipulate the, is it the yaw? Like kind of, or is that roll? Yawing is up and down, roll is left to right, yeah. No, and then there's also, what is it called when you just kind of pivot? Not familiar. Not an aviator. Really should have paid more attention in I was reading those Wikipedia articles. Broadcast. Is it just scroll, mouse scroll data? So this will be scroll direction, so this should just be positive, right? That's just a 1. This one is app manager, SB, broadcast, mouse scroll data, 1, yeah, nice. Yeah, so let's see if this works. Oh, and I'll need to connect to these as well. These are model callbacks. I suppose we can separately connect to these. Why not? We can manually connect. App manager, SB, register, self with mouse motion data. This is already like somewhat cleaner than all of this, because I can guarantee the naming convention. Look at that. All right, that'll work. Now, we'll go back to this. Ooh, takes a little bit. Move model. Look at that, that's actually fairly fast. All right, cool. Let's send it. So there's actually no application right now that can take advantage of this, but it is just nice to have. So the idea is that you would be able to bring up like a remote control application on like your phone. You would be able to bring up like a remote control application on your phone, and then, you know, you wouldn't need to go into the UI here. All you would need to do is just, you know, tip tap phone stuff, and then your model just kind of changes, right? Because it's a completely external tool, so you'll never need to see this kind of pop up on your overlay. This is actually kind of neat for other things as well, right? So like if you wanted to, like this could work for other applications as well, right? Because the idea is that this will just work over WebSockets. So, and I'm pretty sure WebSocket means that you'll never lose any data, so that's okay too. And because it's WebSocket, it'll also run in the browser. How nice. So git, hold on, did I delete these yet? No, I did not. Look at this. It's beautiful. It's beautiful. I love it. So next course of action is to basically rip out the entire GUI that you see here, and then just kind of place it into its own standalone application, and then there you go. That's the first controller application for this. Well, and I suppose then I would also need to have like, you know, like host, right? So you'll need to have the host server and then the clients, whatever. We'll think about it, but this should be yeah, this is a WebSocket server. I think I have connected to this before, but I don't remember. Let's try with Postman. What port am I starting on? Oh, I can hear the thing spin up. So what did I call it? This was port 2422. Yeah, heck yeah. What was the password? No password. Passwords are for nerds. Connect. Socket hang up. Cannot connect to... Oh, did something break here? Or should I be... Or is this not broadcasting? I don't know. On use remote control, I think it is just working. There is a debugger. Argument message, that's okay. Don't need that. Yeah, I do have a thing saying that it successfully started the remote control server and thread. But I'm not seeing anything here. Use remote control, that's okay. It's also okay. Client connected. Is this on the wrong port? What port are we on? What port? Try starting remote control server and thread. Oh no, I mean, we can just toggle it on and off, right? So there's the console. How nice. Oh no. Ooh. Yeah, okay. Try starting Yeah, that's fine. Connect. Ooh, socket hang up. Why is this? Is it because it's not localhost? I need to type in like actually the real port. So 127001. Send me. Socket hang up. Why is this? We're still disconnected, which implies that we're not actually accepting connections. Although we should be broadcasting on this port. This is not how Godot WebSocket thingies work. Godot, hold on. Godot WebSocket server. Look this up on my other screen. We'll just look this up on the main screen. Is it not listening? Is that it? It should just be polling. So there is the, yeah, so run thread, blah, blah, on the poll interview or interval, which should be pretty fast. Fast enough, really. So listen. So it's listening with just the default protocols. Yeah, listen on ports. So try starting, blah, blah. Then we start the thread and we start receiving on that thread. Yeah. Looks good to me. Bind IP. So when not set to thingy, we'll restrict incoming connections to the specified IP address. Setting bind IP to 127001 will cause the server to listen only to the local host. Yeah. I don't have a certificate chain. Handshake timeout. Default to 3. Private key. Don't. Yeah, who needs SSL? SSL is for nerds. Do I need to like specifically bind to like WS local host? Send me. Cannot connect. Like I'm pretty sure I can just. Oh. Is this an actual port? This shouldn't actually exist on my machine, by the way. Oh, so I'm actually getting like a bad response then, huh? That's interesting. So socket hangup. Cannot connect to localhost. We can connect via WSS, but that won't make a difference, I think. Or does Godot only do WSS? Client network socket disconnected before secure TLS connection was established. I'm not sure why I'm not getting any results. I should be at least logging stuff from this. So, all right, hold on. So this is WebSocket server. Packet peer, boom, boom, WebSocket multiplayer peer. What do you got? Set buffers, no. Networked multiplayer peer, probably not what I want. But there is poll, which we should do. Let's see. Listen. Starts listening on the given ports. You can specify the desired subprotocols via the protocols array. If the list is empty, no subprotocol will be requested. If true is passed as GD multiplayer API, the server will behave like a network peer for the multiplayer API. Connections from non-Godot clients will not work and data received will not be emitted. If false is passed instead, you must call packet peer functions. Put get packets on the WebSocket peer to communicate with the peer with the given ID. Okay. So should I not be polling then? Is that the mistake I'm making? Is that like polling doesn't actually do anything? All right, let's just kill the server now. Maybe I shouldn't be polling. Maybe I should be checking for incoming connections. So let's see. Godot WebSocket server. Let's see. Godot WebSocket server example. Yes, please give me an example. So this is like a tutorial, sure. WebSocket, HTML5 and WebSocket. Using WebSocket in Godot. Blah, blah. Minimal client example. Give me the minimal server example. So there's your servers. There's your ports. Sure. Do you ever need to... Okay, yeah, you do need to poll. Yeah. Because this is listening on... Yeah, all the... just the default stuff as well. Am I not listening on the correct thing? So... I believe this number... Like on listen... Oh, it's an integer. Am I passing an integer? I don't remember. So on start port... What is port? Port is an integer. Yeah. And then on... Remote control port. That's fine. Remote control port in the metadata config... Let's see, that's an integer as well. Oh, which is this value here. Plug it back in. Yeah, I don't think I need to have the WSS. That should be fine. So if I don't do anything, then we kind of time out. Connection refused, right? Because there's nothing there. But here, if we try that again, we can see just socket hang up. Which seems a bit weird. Oh, is it because of the WebSocket protocol? Turn this off. Okay, cool. It's because I was using this to test the OBS WebSocket stuff beforehand. But we can compose like just some garbage and then see if we're able to do anything with it. So we just hit it with a ping. Unable to parse. That's fine. That's fine. So then it just logs an error, which is, that's cool. That's cool. So it must always be a JSON. All right, I mean, let's try this again. So we can do like a signal. This is the kind of API that I'm envisioning. It's a bit weird for sure. So like the test signal, and then we'll have no concept of ping or pong. See, we're looking for signal and then value, which is just a JSON object. So we can send that. Call broadcast. Okay, so invalid call, but that's okay. Oh, does that mean I can do this? Hold on. Let me see if I can just manipulate this. Move model, and then value is going to be true. Send it. Invalid operands, boolean. Okay, that's fair. Okay, this is very illuminating actually. All right, shut down the server. Hold on. Very illuminating. So if JSON results, let's see. So we don't need to have this cast, by the way. This is just for static typing's sake, but once we know what we're doing, we don't need to do any of this anymore. If type of JSON result value is equal to type string, and all of this stuff is true. Then we want to check this. All of this stuff. Remote control is active, so let's connect. Connected. Send. What happens here? Okay, so we're not actually broadcasting the appropriate stuff, I guess. Oh no, it just didn't update the GUI. It just didn't update the GUI. Neat. But it does work. So like we can now set this back to true. Set this back to false. Now we can't move it. Send this over the WebSocket. Now it's technically true. Oh. Now it's struggling to kill the WebSocket. What happened? Unable to disconnect all remote thingies. That's fine. So now we got forcibly removed from here. Okay, I see how that works. I see. Neat. So why am I not able to update? So isn't this how this works? So in Signal Broadcaster, when we receive WebSocket data, yeah. So we'll want to call broadcast and then also just emit this like very specific thing as well. I don't think there's any listeners for this one. But this is indeed true. So broadcast. So broadcast on that. Hold on. How do I get the UI to also update? So it appears that the UI does not refresh in time. And I also don't want to cause a race condition. I guess what I could do is this, right? So we'll just connect to this signal here. So at manager, SB, register, self, whatever the heck this is. Then we will handle this connection all the way down here. And then, so this is some sort of data, which is a dictionary, but we don't care. Or I guess we do care, but like I just need to like update the specific UI elements, but how do I do that? So in the value for that, so that's toggle element, right? So toggle element, on toggled, handle events, blah blah. Open up base element for me, please. Please open up base element, please. Base elements. Let's see, handle event, or actually, isn't it in the setup function that we? No, it's in setup. Oh, well, that's tough. I don't want to reset up every single thing, but I might. But I might. Yeah, you know what? I think I might do that. If it's like a simple button press, then I think I will do that. Yeah, and then here, yeah, then I just call like, there's like a setup function somewhere. Generate UI elements. Yeah, but then that's used here in like the parse XML stuff, isn't it? No? New preset, generate UI element. Where do I do the XML stuff? Wasn't it, who wrote this? Or, yeah, okay, here, yeah. Okay, I'm just blind. Don't know how to see. Setup completed. Don't we connect to setup completed? Is this not something that I connect to as well? Or is that one of the things that these connect to? Maybe not. So, button. GUI views, emit signal. Which things listen to setup completed? So it's just the main screen, and then that's just the main screen kind of waiting to do the rest of the stuff. Yeah. Wait, so when do I call setup then? I don't remember. When do I call setup on every single element? Because I do need to call setup. I do remember that like this is important. Is it in, like I use GUI views for that, right? Like I iterate over every single GUI thingy and then call setup. This is not true. Am I crazy? Yeah, setup GUI nodes. Where is this called from? Load preset, and then also, okay. Oh, how confusing. How confusing. All right, so what we're going to do is I'll set up a few things here. So this will be const GUI, or no, this will be high interval, or I guess it's like high intensity signals. So high intensity signals will correspond to basically just these, right? So mouse motion data. Mouse scroll data, and then remote control data received. Actually, and now that we've done this, we might as well do like a for I in high intensity signals. Then we'll do the entire app manager, SB, register dance, song and dance, as they say. Look at that. So we're connected. Actually, and now that I've started to use a lot of more of the VS Code kind of stuff, like, because I also realized that this is portable across like editors, because I think JetBrains does region folding just like VS Code like this. So you can do end region like that. So these are like signal groups, I guess. So const, this will be like model signals. This is actually very similar to the format that that OBS WebSocket uses. So there's like the separation of like normal signals to regular signals, which is always nice. Oop. Wait, normal signals to high intensity signals. Did I say normal signals to regular signals? Good job, me. Features, signals, all of these. I guess we might as well do like tracking signals, even though that this is empty. Even though it's empty, it's okay. It's just so I don't forget about it later. I don't trust myself. Because one day I'll be like, where is it? Who made this, right? And then I'll be like, oh yeah, I made this. I'm the idiots. Oh yeah. Yeah, you know, you live and you grow. your opinions on how you want things to be set up change over time. The more things that you write, I feel like the more tempered your opinions become, right? The more tempered your opinions become. Yeah, so we should do all of these. Yeah, there we go. So now we don't even need to have these. Look at that. The more refined your opinions become, I should say, right? Because you've seen a lot more stuff, you know what works, or at least you know like what is more likely to work. So you follow that pattern before you just branch off into no man's land, into Wonderland, as some people might call it. All right, here, remote control data received. So if data signal in high intensity signals, then we'll just return. Otherwise, we'll hit you with a setup, is it setup GUI or setup GUI nodes? I think it's just setup GUI. Is it not? Setup GUI? No? Isn't declared in the current class. All right, fair enough. What was it called then? Setup GUI nodes? Wasn't it here? Ooh. So I remember seeing it here. Setup GUI nodes. Where is this? Setup GUI nodes. This is in, where this is at least defined. Oh, it's just right here. I just missed it. I'm dumb. There we go. Setup GUI nodes. So if we now run the application, it should still work as expected. So we're able to move stuff. Look at that. Everything's done via signals, but now we can also do a little WebSocket magic. And then here, you can see, I'm looking at the model screen here. There's move model. Hit it with a send. Oh, okay, well. Error calling method. Error calling method from signal. Method not found. Signal broadcaster. What was it? It was this one. Remote control data received. So was it? All right, let's break the connection here, and then this makes it easier for me to shut this down. Maybe not. Wait for it. Wait for it. All right, we broke. Unable to disconnect. That's fine. Get killed. Is that timeout configurable? I think that was roughly 3 seconds. So strange. Oh, this should be on remote control data received. My bad. So the reason why I need to do this every single time, and by this I mean like turn on and off stuff, is because I have like a million threads running in the application at any one time. So it's better to just be like explicit about what we're doing. But here we're looking for a move model to change. Interesting. So like, I mean, this is true. Probably not what we want though. Because now that's true again. We want this to be false, but then what I'm looking for is for this to, kind of automatically set itself. Oh, you know what? Move model doesn't actually, move model doesn't actually have a value associated with it, so there's nothing to set up. Okay. So let's do this. Model.xml. We can start changing some of these, so I can add another tag. That's like not great, but that's okay. We can add another tag to it. That's fine. And you know what? Let's add a cheeky little region thingy here. So region tag name, so we can fold things inside of the XML constants. I love doing that. Alright, signal groups. Easy. Possibly one of my most favorite things to do. I don't know why. It just makes me feel good about myself. It's like, oh, look at that. We're so organized. It's the inner Java developer in me is very gleeful about it. Attributes. Set up. I mean, pretty much all of these should be listening for like WebSocket events, so that's not something I guess I need to change. I guess it's something I need to change on base element then. Hold on. Yeah. So if everything should listen by default, we can do base elements, right? Then we can just connect to signal broadcasters like this thing, remote control data received. And then we can check against the label. Yeah, okay. So is ready true. Yeah, fair enough. Then we'll do app manager register. No. SB register. Remote control data received. Well, no, self remote control data received. Then here on remote control data received. On remote control data received. This is some sort of dictionary data. And then we're just checking to see what exactly we got. So I'm thinking. Setup data, setup function, event name. Is that something I can depend upon? I don't remember. So these all have an event, yeah, as well as a data bind. But not everything has an event, not everything has a data bind, which is one of the more confusing things about the system that I kind of dislike. So everything has data, but not everything. No, wait, everything has an event associated with it, otherwise there's no point. Not everything has data associated with it though. So like, as you can see here in like model, almost nothing has data backing it up, whereas in tracking.xml, right, we have, you know, the translation damp event along with the translation damp data backing events. So like, I remember that was a conscious choice to separate them out, because there's not necessarily always going to be backing data, but now I'm like, it feels it feels weird. I don't know. I don't know. Like, is there anything that doesn't have an event? Yeah, like I'm at this point in my life where I'm like, yeah, actually, some of these don't have events. Yeah. Some of these don't have events. So we can... Well, I suppose like this is just a null string, right? But that's okay. Let's just let it break for now. And I guess if you ever get a bad event, we'll just let Godot handle the error. Not the greatest plan, but you know, in before we'll handle it in the rewrites. So let's see. If data signal is equal to event name, then we'll want to probably call setup, right? So setup. Or no, we'll want to like actually listen to the data. So data will always have a value, and then that value should more or less always correspond 1-to-1 to what we're expecting. Yeah, okay, so we'll do like a on value updated set value. What is set value equal to? Okay. Set value, data value, one of these. It's unfortunate how there's not like a specific way to filter. We just have to have every single element filtered by itself, but that's okay. It shouldn't happen too often. And then we're also only... Ooh. Hold on. Maybe high intensity signal should be defined in the... Maybe high intensity signal should be defined somewhere else. I'm having second thoughts about my implementation. But yeah, see, that works, but what I'm worried about is on mouse motion. So on mouse motion, we'll be calling like a million things all at the same time. Which, I don't know, that doesn't seem like a great idea, but maybe it's okay. Well, I'll have to investigate. I'll have to investigate. Anyways, it works. Sick. So just drop all connections in the most ungraceful way possible. Yeah, so nothing even needed to be changed here. So those are your XML constants, that's fine. Let's see. Now that everything is also just setting itself up, we don't need to actually connect to that high intensity signal. No reason to have this anymore. I feel like the filtering should be done here, but I don't know. Are these available? No, this isn't even like a real class. This is just like an instance. I could turn it into a real class, but let's see, high intensity signals. So we just connect everything, right? This is just like vaguely grouping them into nice whatevers. So it's just easier to keep track of for my own sanity. Mouse motion data. I guess everything is just receiving the input and then immediately rejecting it. I feel like we should filter here anyways, though. I don't know, to do. Maybe we should filter before rebroadcasting. Anyways, I think that's good. Like, everything seems to work, maybe. Haven't really thought about it too hard, but, you know, that's how we do things here. We play it pretty fast and loose, honestly, even when we're trying to fix bugs. So let's see, implement remote control, tested via Postman WebSocket, push, send it, and then we'll go to GitHub. Look at this, refresh me, send me. Are the tests passing? big ups to the contributor that implemented tests. Tests are the probably the easiest thing, by the way, if you ever wanted to get involved in the project. I think that's the easiest thing to do, to work on, is the tests. Because they're pretty easy, right? Because there's a lot of things in the application that are like just easily testable, I suppose. Anyways, delete the branch. Yeah, especially now that we're using Godot unit test and not my own custom test harness. All right, here we go. We've been sent. What do my branches look like? Git branch, delete feature. What was it called? Was it remote control? Remote control. What is a WebSocket control? I don't remember what that was. But feature, remote control, feature, WebSocket control. All right, say goodbye. Do these branches still exist in the master repository? So there are 4 branches still open. WebSocket control. I don't remember what this is supposed to be. 1 commit ahead. I don't remember anything about this. Delete. Yeah, live 2D-esque models, we can also get rid of that. I have an idea for that as well. So there's a few things that are in the pipeline that I would like to do. Mostly because I'm just interested to see if I can do it. For sure. You know, there's also other things as well that are just they just kind of exist because I thought it'd be neat. And region 9. Now we're just doing a little bit of cleanup as well. Not something that is great for, you know, stream watchability, but it is nice for my own sanity. Yeah, so signal groups. Let's see. Region elements. Get rid of these. Look at that. Okay, cool. That's one of those things I'm probably just gonna push straight to master. Let's see. Let's do feature, ads, linking. I think that's something that's Rogue Ren, someone who has helped massively with SEO. It's one of the things he was requesting, so let's do that. So that would be in tracking.xml. What are we doing then? So miscellaneous should track I, gaze interpolation. So these are a bunch of just interpolation options, right? All right. Actually, now I'm looking at these, aren't really miscellaneous anymore, right? These are just like I options. Should track I, sure. Blank threshold. Then we'll do input name equals link eye blinks. I feel like there should be like a tooltip associated with that as well. Link eye blinks. And then the event is going to be the same. Link eye blinks. Type is equal to... Oh, this isn't a... This is an input, this is a toggle, so we don't need to define a type. Yeah, link eye blinks. So in the config manager, on one of these configuration options, we should just kind of slap this in here. So var link eye blinks. This is a bool. Currently, I defaulted to false. I think it's nice to have them just be unlinked, I guess. Oh, and you know what? At this point, if I'm already doing the linking of the eye blinks, it might also be nice to incorporate the ability to go cross-eyed as well. I think that's something that's kind of missing right now from the application. I took out the ability to go cross-eyed, by the way, because I just take your average rotation, and of course I always take your I always take the average up and down rotation, because I don't think there's anyone that can like intentionally go cross-eyed like up and down. I think like I can go intentionally cross-eyed like left to right, but I don't think I've ever seen anyone go like intentionally like up and down cross-eye. Is that possible? I've never seen that though. I've also like never tried to see if that's true or not, so maybe it is. Maybe it's like a lot more common than I think it is. Also, something I didn't realize is that you're able to star your own repositories on GitHub. Just to bump up the star count a little bit more. Oh baby. It's kind of cheating, but I'm okay with that. I'm okay with that. Anyways, let's actually implement link eye blinks. So here is blinking. Left eye blinking. So one, we can turn this into a region. Someone stop this man. Region eye, right eye blinking. So let's see. Now we can fold these. There's not really a lot of reason for this, but you know. Actually, this should just be one mega region, right? So region blinking. Let's keep these between these two things, just so it's easier to fold. Oh baby, look at that. So, what do we want to do here? I guess I'll just like manually tag it to one eye. Or I'll take the average of both your eyes if it's if we should use link the eye blink. So yeah, then I'll just tag it to the average. So if what is it? Don't I set these at the top? Is that not something I do? I don't remember. So blink threshold, yeah, I do set these at the top. Okay, so up here, there's blink threshold. Eco mode is blinking. I don't really use eco mode. So, but we'll have var link eye blinks, right? That's gonna be a bool. We'll be setting to All right, eco mode is something I want to make happen, but it just doesn't exist yet. So there's your blink threshold. Link iblinks is equal to app manager cm current model config link iblinks. And then, oh yeah, there's 3 things that you need to update every single time. Okay. There must be a better way. Or I'm wondering if like Signal Broadcaster is one of those things that could possibly like really benefit from like a little bit of code injection. So right before the right before we run the application, when the application is still setting up, it'll run through every single config manager value, right? And then just inject in all of these signals so that they should just work. That actually sounds like a horrible idea. Never mind. Ignore I said anything. Although it could work. It could work. It could work. So we would lose the ability for code completion, but then also we gain like global signal processing at almost like, I don't know, like I guess it'll be slightly slower, but whatever. Because it won't be, you know, interpreting bytecode anymore. It'll just be regular interpreting, like a REPL. That's okay. We'll think about it. We'll think about it. We'll think about it. Should track blink interpolation rates. Where's all the blinking stuff? Use blink threshold. All right. Signal. Let's see. Link blinks. Yes, no. Func broadcast link iblinks. So is linked. All right, let's do is linked. True or false? Right. Emit signal. Link iblinks is linked. One of those. Cool. So now we're all hooked up. Need to do one of these. App manager. SB. Register. Self. Link iblinks. I think I'll start doing this in the future as well. So instead of doing this entire, you know, it's obvious, right? What the callback is going to be called. So instead of using the long form, we can just use the short form. Because all callbacks are done via, or all callback connections are done via strings anyways, right? Use raw eye rotation. One of these. Yeah, there we go. It's looking better already. Okay, neat. So link iblinks, that needs to be here, right? On link iblinks. What is it called? On link iblinks is linked. You know, link iblinks is equal to is linked. How nice. Okay, cool. Neat. So I think that should work. So I'll need to turn off face tracking for this one. Very briefly, stop the tracker. Also, turn off lip sync. I'm not using a model that has lip sync at all. And we'll go into here. We're in debug mode. Send me. This model does not have any blink stuff at all, but we can load in the Alicia one. I'm really close to the camera now. So those values are not linked. Actually, I haven't even added the appropriate blinking logic yet. Okay. Stop the tracker. Run the tracker. What a handsome duck. All right. VRM. Here, we'll do if link eye blinks, then data or var average eye open is equal to data left eye open plus data right eye open divided by 2. So that's the average. Right. That's how that works. That's how that works, yes. And then data left eye open is equal to average eye open. Data right eye open is equal to average eye open. Yeah, there we go. Neat. How nice. I think that should work. So we'll turn off the tracker here. Run the application. Now it takes like a non-insignificant amount of time to start now. But we're getting to it. Send me. All right, so now switch to Alicia. Hello, hello. Warm up the face tracker. Oh, geez. Starting to go off the rails. Oh, no. Why is it starts to get really broken now? Did it just lose track of me? Oh? What happened? What happened? Ooh? What happened? Stop the tracker. Run the tracker. Yeah, that's looking pretty good now. I guess it just like lost track of me for whatever reason. Is it because I'm bald? I think that's unlikely. All right, but now we have the ability to link eye blinks using this little menu option here. So you can see that depending on the quality of your camera, like I'm winking right now. So for me, and I guess it might be also be eye shape, but I have pretty like Western, my eyes are bigger than most people's eyes actually. And I do have a double eyelid. So I don't think that's a problem for me specifically. I don't know, we can try linking eye blinks. Yeah, now they're linked. It looks pretty good, I guess. And we're also using raw eye rotation, etc. We can turn up the gauge strength to like, to 1, to 10, to 1. That's Q, to 1. So you have just like the strongest eyes and the strongest eyes that mankind has ever seen. It actually looks somewhat good. Look at how well it tracks. Like, that's more or less what my eyes look like. Like, the reason why the model is like always looking up is that I'm also checking my OBS preview window, which is on my top screen. All right, that's okay. Stop the tracker. I think that works. That's pretty much it. It does what it says on the tin. Send me. Duck Lord. Right. So git commit add blink linking. Send it. Git push u origin feature add blink linking. Nice. Compare and pull request. Create pull request. Send me. And then while we're waiting for the test to run, I'm gonna go refill my drink. BRB. All right, I'm back. I didn't have to use the restroom like I usually do. How nice. Oh, let's just merge it, I guess. Delete the branch. Then we'll do git checkout master and git pull. How nice. Might as well like send a thing. Oh, bot controller. My stream / Discord bot. Somewhat unreliable. So Rogu, it's Rogu Ren. If I don't say Rogu, I have a tendency to spell it as Rouge. Rouge. It's one of those weird words in English that like where the placement of the U in rogue actually changes the meaning and the pronunciation quite significantly. There we go. Look at that. How productive. One of these days I also need to update the README. One day. Alright. One thing I know that I definitely need is a way to... So you can see if you ever click off, you still actually maintain like tab control, which is quite annoying. Like I think it's something that you would... I don't know. I don't know. I need to think about this. It's something that you would expect to work if you're using like a web UI or something, but that's not what I'm using. Like, this is not Electron. This is like native code. Native code that is running interpreted code. But is still fast enough. So there's the remote control stuff. GUI. Maybe what I can do is have GUI just intercept the rest. So if GUI ever gets a GUI input... No, GUI will actually never get a GUI input, never mind. But I suppose we can just have GUI listen for like a left click. Oh. Event is action. What is, why do I specifically check for is left clicking? I don't remember. I suppose that whenever any of these grab... Whenever any of these grab inputs... Or I don't know. Is there like just an easy way for like text edits? Text edit, right? Like this is what I'm thinking about. Is I want to still have like the ability to tab through multiple text edits, but at the same time, I want the ability to. Oh, it's not a text edit, by the way. It's a line edit. Line edit. Yeah, I still want the ability for you to like tab through every single thing. Turn off remote control. So for here, like you can tab through various values as long as they're line edits. By the way, is the remote control server starting every time, or am I dumb? All right, no, I'm just dumb. All right, let's keep it off. Because currently, there's nothing that really uses it, but that's something I might want to work on in the future. Because it's not hard. It's just something that I'll need to write at some point. Let's see. How do I like unclick from a line edit? Let's search that. So Godot unclick line edit. Line edits. Selection of line edit, not the text, but the object. Hey, that's not what I want. This is a Godot proposal from 2019. No, that's not what I want either. You know, text edit, line edit, provide a checkbox in the edit to automatically select text on any focus. Mouse entered events. That's something that you could definitely hook up via Signal, but how do I unselect? How do I unselect? So I see a deselect. I'm wondering if that's what I want. Deselect. Clears the current selection. That's absolutely not what I want. I think for some of these, I can just check to see. I can just check to see if... Yeah. Wait, what does has point use? Because this says that it's a virtual function. Yeah, because I don't want to feed input events to every single thing. I guess, are you able to deselect by just hitting escape? No, that just quits it. That's okay. This doesn't quit if I press escape. How do I force a deselect? Like, I would like to click somewhere else so that we no longer show the UI. Yeah, I'm not sure how to deselect this. Like the very basic solution that I don't want to go with is we could do just like connect, you know, mouse entered, mouse exited, and then just listen for like mouse click events. So if we have the mouse, or if we don't have the mouse, right? If we don't have the mouse on click, then we should deselect ourselves. Or I guess we should unfocus, rather. Oh no, Godot, unfocus, control on, click. This isn't really... This isn't really what I'm looking for. I suppose, like, it doesn't really matter though, right? Actually, no, it does matter. I don't want... Maybe I should just turn off focus mode, but I feel like I want focus mode on, right? Because this is nice, being able to tab through every single control. Or... So I guess at that point, the question is, like, should I move it to a different keybind? You could have it as like escape instead. So escape, yeah, you know what? Escape probably makes more sense. Stop the tracker. No, don't stop this one. Yeah. So we'll move it to escape, and then I can have it like, I can have end be my bailout early command. I think that's okay. So this is app manager. What thing handles bailing out? Yeah, it's UI. I can change this to be like UI. Oh, please. UI end. Yeah, so now we can change GUI hide to be, where is it? Toggle GUI. So toggle GUI will now be toggle GUI. I guess we can still keep it as tab, but then we can also add escape as well. So escape will do this along with tab. Yeah, okay, let's change that. Let's say goodbye to tab. Escape is now my new best friend. So now I also need to show a pop-up as well. So press escape to hide the UI. So now it's UI end. If I want to easily kill the application in debug mode, that's okay. Yeah, so here we can do this isn't main screen. What happens if we do like if OS is debug build, then we can do set unhandled input as false. So does this do what I think it does? So we still get input from here, but then okay. Okay. So I actually want to do it as true. So in export builds, all right, so this, it's a micro optimization, of course. Like, so this probably does not help. It's just nice to have. What was I doing? Was that it? So that's the project.Godot, and then I don't remember what I changed in base elements. Git diff screens GUI elements. Oh, it's the connect part. That's commented out. All right, say goodbye. What else is on my list? Let's see. So linking iBlix, that's in. I feel like custom Python interpreter, that's not a good idea. Yeah, that's absolutely not a good idea. It's like I can't guarantee that the Python binary will always be available. What I should do is make Python path configurable. So sometimes, right, because the current implementation right now, when we are trying to start stuff, right, here's the bash stuff. We look for Python command. I've tested this on Fedora 32 that's running bash 5. So like, I guess if you're on like a really old system, sorry, this isn't gonna work. But also, why are you trying to run modern software on like a really old system? Or face tracking software on a really old system? Like, this should be like good enough, more or less. All right. So let's see. What are we doing? Here in OpenCFace GD, and this is one of the things I'll need to update for the feature thing as well. VSS, if you will. Get rid of this comment. I don't remember what this comment is. First time creating VNV. That's all right. Oh, I already have this. Yeah, okay. I replaced it with the more modern adaptation, but I kept the comment in for whatever reason. All right. But here, git commit updates key mappings. Escape now hides the UI, so we don't conflict with tab. There we go. All right. So here's what we're doing. Config data. This is actually going to be from metadata. So, boom, boom, boom. Oh, let me add another thing to the list, is that we need to have like configurable camera path or camera device on Linux. I'm not sure how to do that, but I'll think about it. It has to do with the VR thing, V4L loopback, whatever it's called. One of those things. I don't quite remember. Let's see. So there's remote control, anti-aliasing, config stuff, model defaults, camera index. Sure. Python path. So this is going to be more or less like Linux only. So var Python path. Right. So auto. Well, we'll just have it as star, I suppose. Right? So open cface GD. Well, and also this thing should be listening for it. Oh, I forgot I need to listen for these values as well. So blink eye blinks. This needs to be hooked up. Actually, I think I have an idea on how to hook all of these up. Right, so we can do 4. I've done this multiple times across many projects. So that's why I feel pretty good about doing it this way. It's not the greatest of approaches, to be sure. But you could do a lot worse. Could do a lot worse. Which is, you know, that's more or less good enough for me. More or less good enough for me. Alright, so I'm looking at something on my other screen, by the way, which is why I'm looking all the way to my right. Where did I do the, like, the saving stuff? Alright, so over here. We can do for I, or I guess for p in get property list. If not, and then we'll need to do var prop name is equal to p.name. Right. If not, prop name in this large list of things. So this is a reference. So this is reference. See, we'll see if we need to move this across many lines. Script variables. And then there's additional variables as well. I guess that's fine. We'll just need to check to see if it's a dictionary or not, right? But that should be good. Should be good, right? Yeah. So if not prop name and reference script or script variables, then what we'll do, you know, value is equal to get prop name, and then we'll want to check the type of the object. If it is something that is not easily, or is world environment, does world environment just come to me as a dictionary? It might. It might just come to me as a dictionary, and in which case that'd be pretty sick. Yeah, you know what? I'm pretty sure this is these are already pre-formatted for me, so this should be fine. Yeah. Oh, and then this is for P in current. Hey, hold on. We need to have a current config. When do I set the current config? So that's in init. Then in app manager, we do cm setup. Oh, this should be done in setup then, huh? Hold on. Alright, that looks pretty good. Setup. So we load the metadata, has loaded metadata, and then we'll handle all of the connections here. Handle connections in setup, so we can auto load. So we don't have to manually define each connection. Yeah, there we go. There we go. So there's your metadata. So load metadata should also load in your current config as well, doesn't it? Or no? Oh, it doesn't matter, right? Or is get property list is get property list something that exists on the class level? Is that what it? I'm not sure. Where? Godot get property list. Give me this. Give me this. Give me this. Give me this. Get property list. So that's actually a virtual function. Like, so I guess it can be overridden. Returns the object's property list as an array of dictionaries. Okay. Okay. I like it. So here, if we do for p and config data, get property list. Can I do this? I can. Oh baby, I love it. So this will be config data. That's not how you do it. Config data, get property list. So we'll need to do this for both of them as well, which means that we'll be able to kind of like finagle this, right? We'll be able to, right, like, actually, where are these connected? I don't remember where I connect these. Like, these don't automatically update, I think. Where do I set these? I don't remember where I set these. So where did I set these? Hit it with a Control Shift F. So there's the config manager. It is set somewhere in here. You can see that. Okay, so these are just set in the regular connections. That's fine. Yeah, because these are just set in the signal broadcaster. Okay. I wonder if this is something that should be done in the signal broadcaster instead. Because it might be easier to do that, but then I would need to filter out there as well. But here, we'll do for p or for class. Don't call it that. Class in. Oh, you can't do this, right? Yeah, types aren't first class objects, so that's okay. We'll just have to have a little bit of code duplication. Because I am calling essentially what amounts to a static function, I think. I think this is still valid GD script, but I'm not sure. Yeah, I actually don't need to get the value. Yeah, so if prop name in these, then we'll just continue. Otherwise, we'll hit it with an app manager, SB, register, self, prop name, right? More or less. Yeah, I mean, that's pretty much it. And if we want to cut down on a variable, then we can just do that as well, because this is pretty fast. We save like two operations, but in the grand scheme of things, that doesn't make a difference. So for metadata, get property list, and the same stuff here. Basically just hook everything up without needing to do this entire like song and dance. Yeah, so let's comment everything out. I'm pretty sure you should all be okay, except for, I think metadata doesn't use some of these values. Yeah, like default model to load path. Oh no, set model as default. Set model as default, huh? Alright, I guess some of these are still like ultra hard coded. Like that's pretty that's pretty hard coded. That's okay. I guess the metadata stuff is too hard to do, because the metadata stuff doesn't really refer to like a specific value. It's just like almost like a specific, it's not like a specific definition, it's like what it's supposed to be doing, if that makes any sense. Default model search path. Prop search path. So all of these need to be hooked up manually, because I won't be able to hit these from just iterating over this stuff. So like the anti-aliasing as well, that'll probably be a problem. Actually, where are these set? What the heck? Use transparent background. I'm not sure. That's weird. Use FXAA. Apply rendering changes. Oh, these are actually not even set via callback. Config data as well should not be set here. Yeah, metadata, yeah. It doesn't make any sense to do this. Camera index. On camera select. So that needs to be... When do I hook that up? This is hooked up in tracking, isn't it? Camera pressed. This is, yeah, this sucks. This sucks. Handle events. So camera elements. Broadcast. Ooh, what does this mean? Handle. Camera element. Handle event name. Set up cameras. Handle event. I'm thinking. I'm thinking. Camera select. So the data is camera select. I guess this one's not actually hooked up, huh? So there's camera index, sure. But we really should be hooking up to camera select as well at some point. So in tracking, that's actually something that has been missing as well, I guess. So there's no camera select thingy. So app manager, SB, register, self, camera select. And then camera select refers to just a completely different thing, which is not great. I need to rethink my metadata strategy, but that's tough. Where is it? On camera select. Camera select. Where is it? Camera select. Yeah. Okay. Use lip sync. That's a good one. Use lip sync. Yeah, that one needs to be uncommented. Use lip sync. Remote control ports. Python path. Yeah, Python path is another one that I need to manually define. Python or on Python path, I suppose. On Python path, some sort of path, string. So this will be metadata config Python path equals path. Yeah. Okay. Gotcha. So get rid of all these. Get rid of all of these. So these are more or less like entirely just metadata properties now, which is okay. And then we'll also use the new style of setting the connection stuff, because it's just a little bit cleaner, which is nice. Right. App manager SB register default prop search path. Let's type as quickly as I can. Just totally give myself away and like how slow my actual typing speed is. It's actually not that slow, but it's pretty slow when I have to hit punctuation. If I can avoid hitting like any punctuation, I think I'm fairly fast. I've hit 120 words per minute, which isn't the fastest, but it's faster than average, which is more than some people can say, I think. But when I have to hit punctuation, I slow down to around like 70 to 80. I'm not sure if that's weird or not. Let's add a note. Metadata functions must be set manually, since those go through additional processing. Yeah. All right, so let's give that a try. Definitely breaking some stuff. Yep. 10 errors. Attempt to connect to. Attempt to connect non-existent signal resource to method resource on resource. Yeah, okay. Hey. So what were these errors? Resource. Hey. Okay. Shouldn't be any resources, I guess, but that's okay. Resource local to scene. Eh? Where? Run me again. I'll need to look at that stack trace. Where is this? Config manager. Config manager should not have any resources. None of these are resources. These are all references, right? Like this is a reference. Yeah, nothing is a resource here. That's very strange. Like, there should be no resource local to scene. Yeah, it's a bit weird. I suppose what I could do is this. Is we can just check to see. You know, if gets p name is null, then we'll also continue. So that should solve the rest of my problems. So we filter out all the obvious ones. I think we might still fail on source code though. No? Okay, well. All right, sure. Looks good to me, boss. Looks good to me. So we're still able to do like random stuff like enable remote control. We can, I don't know, like set this thing, set this to like 1 or set it to 10, why not? Then we can close, open this back up again. So that should be 10 at the very least. No, that's okay. So I guess it didn't actually connect then. Eh? Yeah, so there shouldn't be anything running. Remote control is running because it's manually connected. Oh, you know what? It's probably because it doesn't exist yet. Or it might actually. Hold on. What is this value? What is p name? Is it because it doesn't actually exist? Because it does. Because I'm running it on the class directly. I am running. It's because I'm running it on the class directly. Oh, that is such a pain. Okay. That sucks. Okay. So that's why I was running into things I hadn't seen before. Let's do this. Set up. Send me. And then... I mean, I guess we don't need to do this, right? We can just set a default... Oh, I do have just a default config data, right? No. I can. Here it is. Here's a default config data. So now if I put this back, it should just work, I guess. Look at that. So give it a try. No errors. Have a few errors. Have a few errors. Bring me back. That doesn't make any sense though. Oh, it's because I'm just running it on this current model config. Sorry. Current model config. So we don't need this anymore. Because now we're just providing a default implementation. And then we'll override it later. Now we just have 9 things. An object type reference on instanced props. Instanced props. Okay, so that's one thing that is a bit strange in this thing. So instanced props. Yeah, okay, I remember, yeah. Instanced props, which is like a features. Instance props. Yeah, this one is handled pretty differently. Yeah, okay. Because this one is not dependent on callbacks. I need to rethink how I do props. Whenever I add back in face tracking, I need to completely rewrite how that data is just kind of stored. I have a good idea on how to do it now as well. So I think something that I can possibly have over VCFace. I think VCFace, right, only supports like sprites. Whereas when I had prop tracking working, before I reworked the UI and the config system, I did just have like random 3D models able to be tracked, but that got broken in the rewrites, as with, you know, as is something that is wont to happen. Alright, so let's see, we have still a lot of errors. Give me one sec. So is default dirty? Do I use is default dirty for anything? So any of this metadata stuff I also don't want. Oh, okay, so it's pretty much all of this stuff. So 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Okay, so these 3 things are only set when you create the metadata, right? So they're only, they don't work off of callbacks. That's basically it. So I need to ignore these specifically. What a pain. Alright, so it needs to be config name. Let's see, description. Hotkey. Because all of these don't need to depend on callbacks because we can just set it directly, because these have like a direct UI modal allocated to changing them. This default dirty kind of sucks. By the way, need to think about that. It's like so there. Something else that's kind of weird is that there is a metadata file, but also each config data contains its own metadata as well. Which is, I mean, it's not weird, but it is a bit confusing to name it like such, or as such. I'll have to think about it. 5 errors still. Okay, hold on. We're getting there. Mapped bones. Model transform. That seems important. Model transform. So that is probably set. Oh, that's set like completely independently. Okay, cool. So let's start putting all of these like up here, up somewhere else, right? Or even as like a constant. Const ignored properties, or I guess unconnected properties. I guess it's supposed to be disconnected. Unconnected is not really a word, but you know, my program, my rules. You know how I do. Yeah, do. Mapped bones, bone transform. So mapped bones, this is actually set directly. Yeah, that's kind of gross. Mapped bones, bone transforms. Yeah, I remember this. These were one of the first things to be put into the config file way back like last year, which is why they're not. Everything else was like, oh yeah, I should be doing everything via callbacks, but these are not. So like to do these need to be refactored, but for now we have to manually ignore them. So at least there's the to do. Yeah, so there's that. Yeah, there we go. Or p.name in config data unconnected properties. Unconnected. That makes me feel kind of weird. Makes me feel a little dirty. I'm just disregarding the rules of English, of which there aren't that many English rules, but you know. Rules of English is almost like a, it's not an onomatopoeia. What's it called? Isn't onomatopoeia is something that conflicts with what it sounds like? What is an onomatopoeia? Onomatopoeia definition. Thank you, Google. No, onomatopoeia is a word that sounds like what it's describing. What's the thing I'm talking about? Where I guess the word is almost ironic. That's not irony though. Rules of English. A word. What's it called? What's the definition of that? Or not the definition. What's the word for that? Is like the joke is that English has has almost no rules, and thus has too many rules because of that. Or has too many rules and thus can be considered as having no rules. Right. Anyways, that's one. This is off. All right, cool. So we have successfully refactored pretty much everything to be slightly cleaner. So now we hook everything up like so. And we ignore everything that needs to be ignored and then just connect stuff. How nice. Let's see. And then all of this was so that we can do this, or so we can modify the create vnv.sh scripts. So we go back to OpenCGD, or actually no, it needs to be in tracking.xml. Yeah, okay. So under tracking options, there's camera select, tracker FPS, should launch tracker, tracker address, tracker port. You've forgotten me. Sick pun. What the heck is on your mouse? Oh, you mean this? My mouse is feeling sick today. Not feeling too well. It's feeling a little under the weather. Or as some may say, hold on, there's a weather pun in there somewhere. I can think of it. I thought of a weather pun as soon as you said forgotten me. I was like, all right, there's a weather pun that we can make. And then I read the second half of your sentence and just completely forgot it. Ugh. It's hard. It's hard having a goldfish memory, even though goldfish actually have really good memory. You might be asking, what is it like being made up of so many opposing ideas? And let me tell you, I'm very conflicted. Anyways, is it feeling down in the blue? Is it feeling blue? You can feel down in the dumps, or you can be feeling blue. I suppose. You're feeling blue. Can you tell what this icon is though? Or I guess that gives it away. Can you tell what it's supposed to be? It's just a shader. I usually turn it off when I'm using dual screens. But since I'm only displaying one screen, the effect will actually work here. I'm trying to do a wave data. A wave data? What do you mean? This is actually just the Godot icon, the default Godot icon, run past a fancy shader. And then I'm also keylogging myself. So that usually in Godot programs, once you, I guess, leave focus, you can no longer receive input. But because of the fact that I'm keylogging myself, I can receive input whenever I want. It's not weird. Not suspicious in the slightest. Python path. And that's Python path. So type string. Look at this. So I know that you've done a little bit of GD script. Does this look like how you would normally set up your UIs? And the answer is, of course, no, this is not how you would normally set up a UI in Godot. But I have a custom parser that I wrote so that it's possible for me to construct a UI at runtime. I think I saw in the game jam, or I guess not really the game jam, the add-on jam I was doing before Jams joined, Godot add-on jam, someone made like a form constructor. So like an HTML4 form constructor in Godot, but that's based off of JSON, Whereas, check it out, I've already constructed like an XML form constructor that's very similar to just HTML and JavaScript, because I am also hot loading in a GD script file at runtime. And so this thing can actually be reloaded at runtime, so you can just modify pretty much the entire layout. It's pretty weird. Since the deal I'm following the tutorial, stop the tutorial for something else. Permit? That's what I'm saying. You should do GD Quest. GD Quest. Heart Beast is also pretty good. So it's GD Quest. Yeah, GD Quest. That's pretty good. 10 out of 10. Then there's Heart Beast, which is, I think they're also on YouTube. Heart Beast. Did I spell Heart Beast? Heart Beast would also highly recommend. They're pretty good as well. I don't remember if they only do Godot though. I think they might also do Unity, but they got some good tutorials. I often see on Reddit, there's lots of people that are just like, I followed the Heart Beast tutorial and I made like my own, like, is it Link to the Past? Is that what it's called? The top-down Zelda game that's really good, that also received a remake that I've played on the DS. Link Between Worlds. Yeah, there we go. I think that's the remake. Yeah, I think it's Link to the Past. So he has a pretty good Link to the Past tutorial in Godot. Yeah. Not doing any more parts with the Tower Defense tutorial, so I stopped at part 11. Yeah, no, I got that. I got that, don't worry. That's what I'm saying. You should follow one of the more established creators out there. Unless you're just doing it just so you can be different. I'm not sure why you would want to be different though, if you're just trying to learn. You know, it's one of those things. I think like you should learn the basics first, and then you can be a special snowflake if you want. Do everything else with the code. Well, I think that's pretty good, right? I mean, that's how I follow tutorials personally, is, I mean, I follow the tutorial up until like I have what I need, and then I just ignore the rest of the tutorial. Right, so for like the, you know, there's the standard Godot, like Godot, dodge the creeps. One of these, your first game. Page not found. I guess this one doesn't exist anymore. This one used to have a tutorial at the very least. Right, and then I'm just like, I know how to move around. I get how to spawn stuff. I'm not doing the rest of it. And you know, here we are. Of course, it's also like helpful that I have a, you know, I program stuff professionally, so I guess I'm used to working off of incomplete information. I just have a thick skull, that's all. You know, a thick skull just means that you're much better at banging your head against the wall. At least in theory, anyways. I think that's probably one of my best traits, honestly, is the ability to just, you know, is the ability to just be like, I don't know, but I'm willing to sit down for like 12 hours straight and then just try different things until it works. Which is, depending on who you ask, is a very bad approach. You should probably like talk to somebody at that point, but I don't know. I mean, it served me pretty well at work, where, you know, you'd give me a task and it'd be like, yeah. I mean, Tim might not be the most efficient, but also he doesn't use like any other resources. So like, it's not like a drain on our team. Whereas if you go to other people, they'll be like, all right, I need like all hands on deck, everyone on this one problem. And it's like, nah, you don't really need everyone to like help you. You could just spend like an additional 30 minutes to figure it out, but so that as opposed to all of us having to drop everything and come help you. You know, so that's where, you know, ability to progress through adversity is always nice. Should I be... I feel like I should be hooking into other signals. So do I... Any tracking signals? With a burning desire just to get it done because I don't know how to add more than one array in a dictionary? What do you mean? Wouldn't you just do like... what do you mean more than one array in a dictionary? A dictionary should always be like key. So this is like my key. And then your key can have some array attached to it. Are you just trying to add like an array as a key? Right, so if you do it like this, how do I zoom in? If you do it like this, I mean that's how you should be doing it. Technically, this is also valid, but you should never do that. This is very bad form. Don't do this. Because mostly like it's just weird that you're able to do that. It's very non-standard. So unless you have a good reason for setting an array as a key, you should not. It should always be these two up top. My key is equal to some array, and then this some array might, you know, have, I don't know, like my name, right? Or it might have some data. GitHub. Look at that. Help. Game data. Why is the naming camel cased? So gross. It's supposed to be Python style. Let me see. What am I looking at here? I mean, yeah. That looks good. Yeah. Oh, it's this part here, right? You're talking about this part at line 36. So what you should be doing is, instead of doing this, you should be doing, let me just edit, I can't actually edit it directly. I was gonna try to edit directly. And line 40, yeah, no, I figured it was also line 40, right? Is you should be doing this. You should encapsulate these into their own data structures. So instead of this, so you have an empty space at the end of the line for some reason, you should do empty array. Then you have another dictionary inside of that array. So you'll have, this will be a dictionary of dictionaries that contains a key that contains an array, and then you'll have, I don't know, like name enemy 1, sure. This has some value. I don't know what 1 is. Maybe this is health. No, this is, that's probably speed, right? Speed is a float, and then you'll have, I'm assuming this is health, 5, and then that's how you would do that, right? Or if you are dead set on having this just be like a weird tuple, so but this would be considered a tuple. If you just kind of like manually parse this, you could put this inside of another array, like that. Anyone's got it? Well, you've given me no context for these values, so I'm just assuming, right? Trying to make it spawn in waves, but this is how you could do it, right? These are the two ways that you should do that. So you'll have your outer dictionary, your inner dictionary. This is your spawns key. Your spawns key contains an array, and then after that, that's when it differs. You can either have a dictionary, which is better because then you can specify the keys, and then it's easier for you to remember what things map back to, or you can do an array of just more arrays, and then this is what it would look like. Right? Yeah, don't worry. I kind of figured that you have waves and spawns based off of the naming convention. I am very good at English. So don't worry, reading comprehension is a 10 out of 10. The spawn delay in 5 is how much to times it by. All right, well, I mean, whatever. I mean, I can call this whatever I want, right? Like, it doesn't matter to me. Right, these are just, you know, for example. I'm not gonna write your code for you, but this is how you would do it. You would either have to... Oh, and also you misspelled spawns. But yeah, this is how you would do it. So you would need to have... The spawns is an array that contains a dictionary, or spawns is an array that contains just more smaller arrays. I would recommend the dictionary path. Something that would be even better would be for you to have, just create a custom class called enemy. Then you would have var enemy name, some sort of string var. You said it was spawn delay or enemy spawn. This is, I suppose, going into like Java developer territory. Like, this is how you would do it in Java, but you know, old habits die hard, etc., etc. Spawn delay multiplier, right? Which is, this should be a float technically, since you're multiplying a float by a float. If you multiply an integer by a float, or you know, the other way around, it just gets converted automatically anyways, so it doesn't really make too much of a difference. Your formatting is disturbing, by the way. It's freaking me out. That's okay. Yeah, so this is how I would do it personally. So you would have, you know, spawns, some sort of thing, and then you would do like enemy spawn. Oh, and then you would also need to have like an init here. So func init. I suppose you don't need to have the void part. And so you would get, you know, p enemy name, p spawn delay, and then p spawn delay multiplier, whatever, right? Something like that. Then enemy name is equal to p enemy name, etc., etc. P or spawn delay is equal to p spawn delay multiplier, spawn delay multiplier. And then what you would do is go into here, new, so we'll call it like enemy 1, I suppose. Pass in the next parameter, which would be, I don't know, just whatever you want, right? And then the benefit of this is that you get code completion in the editor. So you don't even need to remember the order or which keys you need. Godot will just give you an error if you're missing a value, which is really nice, right? So this is like the 3 levels of like how to pass data into Godot. Can you tell I'm not good at coding? Well, we all got to start somewhere, right? Like I don't disparage you for, I guess, kind of like suspect formatting, I suppose. But I mean, this is how I would do it, right? There's multiple ways. And also, you can just mix things inside of Godot like that. Like, it's kind of weird. You can have dictionaries and arrays mixed into the same array. That's very non-standard, by the way. Most other programming languages, at least slightly lower level programming languages, don't let you do that. I'm also pretty sure like Python doesn't let you do that. Like, you're not allowed to mix data structures inside of an array. Unless it's a tuple, but tuples aren't arrays. Yeah, so these are like, this is like the 3 levels of how I would do like wave spawns, right? So you have wave 1, sure, spawns, and you just pass in like basically a tuple. It's an array that acts as a tuple. Level 2 is, you know, wave spawns, and then you pass in a dictionary with whatever, you know, this is the spawn delay multiplier. And then level 3 is just defining a class to hold all that data for you. so that you get code completion, and then the editor can also check your work for you. Well, okay, so based off of what I've told you so far, how do you think you should do that? So based on the fact that you want to do everything like this for whatever reason, right? How would you rewrite that? Open question. How would you think that you should do it based off of the code that I have provided for you right now? I want to do it, but it don't work because of, yeah. So based off of what I've written here, how would you make that work? How would you make that work? What's the difference between your code and my code? Here's a hint. We're looking at this piece right here. From line 411 to line 415. What's the difference between my code and your code? I'll wait. I'm gonna take a sip of water. I'll wait. I'm still waiting. It looks better than mine? No, it's because you're missing. It's because you're missing these brackets. So you're setting spawn. What you've done is set spawns equal to just this value, which means that you're setting it equal to just this value. What I have done is that I've set spawns equal to an empty array. Call spawns 1. I've set spawns equal to an empty array, and then I'm creating an array of arrays like this. So you can do something like this if you wanted to. This is technically valid, right? If it's a dictionary, dictionaries are always going to be key to value, whereas arrays are just lists. You can think of arrays as just meaning list, right? Arrays are lists. It's easier to think of arrays as lists. Python even calls them lists. So I don't know why Godot just calls them arrays. It's very confusing. But that's the difference between your code and my code. So your code, what you're doing is you're doing this, which is wrong, by the way. You can't do that. You can even see that Godot is also giving me an error. But if you wrap them all inside of an array, then you can do that. Which is why I recommend doing it like this. This is much better because then you get context for what these values mean, right? Because if you go away for a week, you come back to this. Which one of these is more readable, right? So you have, if you come back and see like, okay, we have wave 1 spawns enemy 1, sure, that makes sense. 1.0, and then 8, or you go back and you say, okay, wave 2 spawns. All right, so we name enemy 1, spawn delay 1, spawn delay multiplier 5. All right. Or option 3, spawns, enemy spawn, enemy 1, and then you can just check enemy spawn to check for the actual definition, right? I suppose this is technically more readable if all you want is just data, and then this will also be able to save to like a configuration file a lot easier as well. That's the benefit, yeah, I guess. I prefer doing it inside of a custom class, but that's how you would do it all 3 ways of what you're suggesting, I suppose, right? The number after 1 should have been any 1x number. I don't know what your code looks like. I'm guessing, right? Like, have I made a spawn system before? Yes, I am aware. This is just supposed to be an example, right? Everything that most people do when they explain code is it's supposed to be an example, right? I'm giving you an analogy. Are you aware of what an analogy means? Like, I suppose I should ask that first. Do you know what an analogy is? Do you know what a simile means? So if I say it's like as big as Mount Everest, if I say that, do you know what I mean? I'm not saying it's literally like as big as Mount Everest, but I'm saying it's huge. It looks like that. You know, you're supposed to take the comparison, abstract it out, and then apply it to your own stuff. So this is the comparison. You're not supposed to copy this one-to-one, but you're supposed to apply it to your own code, right? So anyways, we'll delete this. We don't need this. Something like that. Anyways. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk on basic English grammar abstractions. I suppose I should ask, are you a native English speaker? I can forgive this somewhat if you're not a native English speaker. English is pretty tough. Oh, well, this is unforgivable. This is unforgivable. It's alright. We all make mistakes sometimes. So let's see. I think that these should all... Are these always set? I actually don't remember if these are always set. It's bad at typing and speaking, that's all. Well, that sounds pretty tough. Apparently also reading as well. I would recommend that you, you know, reading is probably one of the easiest skills for you to acquire as a native English speaker. Mostly because like you don't need to worry too much about the grammar. Right, like I don't know, like I know that for like a lot of, you know, ESL, English as a second language, people, they have to worry about like, all right, like how many tenses does English have, right? Like, do you know how many tenses English has? Oh, geez. Python path. All right, so that's broken. So English has, I think isn't it 12 tenses? How many tenses in English? Yeah, okay, yeah, 12, well, no, it's 12 types of verb tenses. No, it is 12. He's done it. English has 12 tenses, which is absolutely insane. And so if you want to sound like a normal English speaker, you'll need to, you know, figure out the difference between like, did I eat today? Have I eaten today? Or will I eat today? Am I eating today? Which actually has almost a different connotation to I am eating today. You know, it eats today. I eat today. So there's present, I eat today. I am eating, present continuous. I will be eating. That's future continuous tense. Past continuous was what's past continuous for eating? I was eating? No, that's I was eating is past tense. Or no, that's past continuous. I was eating, yeah. And then I have eaten. But then there's also I ate. Wait a minute. I'm getting my huge multitude of tenses mixed up. What's the difference between I have eaten, or no, I was eating? Which tense is that compared to I ate? I ate is past tense. What is I was eating? That's past continuous. Yes. I was eating. I have eaten. Oh no, I have eaten is... Because there's also past continuous... Is it infinite tense? Anyways, yeah, English has a bunch of tenses that you don't realize that you've just internalized, but you definitely have. If you're a native speaker, I should say. And that's something that you definitely should take more advantage of. I feel like a lot of people are just like, it's English. Whatever, it's just the language I speak, whatever. But I think once you move over to like other languages, you kind of realize like, wow. Like this language is a joke. It's so much easier. Whereas, you know, if we're talking, what I'm kind of referring to here is, you know, Mandarin Chinese is like, grammatically, it's a joke, right? It's one of the simplest languages, you know. The only really hard part about the grammar is that you can split up verbs, which I found very confusing at first, but it makes a lot of sense. And then also the fact that you can have more than one active verb in a sentence, which is a bit strange, but that's okay. I can vibe with it. Or you can have more than one active verb, whereas like I guess the closest comparison would be an adverb in English. But no, in Chinese they're actually just used as like verbs. Whereas like can I tell you a story? It's like 我可以给你一个事情 wait 送给你事情听吗？你听吗？ Yeah. Which is like can I give you like give, so 给 give 送 also give, but like I give as in like a more literal give to somebody else. And then 听 is listen. So can I give you a story? Can I give you a story to listen to? Or give you a thing to listen to? Which I guess is not actually proper grammar, but it's okay. I'm not fluent anyways. I can speak Mandarin Chinese at like probably like a first or second grade level. I can read Chinese actually at an HSK, almost an HSK 3 level, which is still elementary school level, but it's slightly better. It's tough though, man. It's tough. Reading Chinese is very difficult. It's entirely memorization. Well, almost entirely memorization. Like technically Chinese does have, it's not an alphabet, but if you learn like the radicals, which are the things that make up each and every single, what am I missing? It says that I have an error here. Oh, I've defined it twice for some reason. Okay. All right, that's fine. But yeah, if you learn what the radicals mean, it makes learning symbolic languages, which is really only Chinese, a lot easier. Japanese is almost the same way, except you need to remember that Japanese is based off of ancient Chinese. So there are characters that they have in common. All right, that's not saving. That's not saving. So there are characters that ancient Chinese hasn't, or Japanese characters have in common with Chinese, but it's loose at best. Well, it's not loose at best. There are like a lot of the basic characters that are roughly the same. So like a hospital, 医院 is a 病院 in Japanese. And they're written with roughly the same characters. I think. I know what they look like. I know the feel. So why isn't this working? You updating your face cam thing? I am updating my face cam thing. That is what I'm working on right now. So, what I'm trying to do is make it so the Python path is configurable, because right now it's not. But I need to check, because I guess it's not actually taking for whatever reason. Oh, it's because I need to manually hook it up. Okay. Yeah, okay. Yeah, because I guess, like, might not have noticed, but it does have a decent amount of stars. And I'm not sure how many people are actually using it, but, you know, has a decent amount of stars on it. Just 187. Not to brag or anything. It's not a huge amount, but it is, like, enough so that recruiters don't question me anymore. Did you buy all of those? No. Probably not. Still can't guarantee that I didn't buy all of them, but I'm telling you I didn't. Anyways, let's see. What I'm trying to do is get it so the path, yeah, Python path ASDF, nice. So let's see. We should do some. Validation here, I guess. Yeah, okay. So here, if path empty, then we'll just return. Just don't do anything. It's a no op. Let's see. I think that's pretty much it. And then we'll go back into OpenCGD. This one will use the Python path now. So we'll pass this into this. Yeah. So create VNV scripts, blah, blah. Then we'll run it using the user data path as well as the Python path. So we'll grab that as well. So var Python path, some sort of string that we'll grab from the app manager, config manager, current model config. Need to have a better way of accessing this because it's pretty verbose right now. Oh, actually, this is the metadata config, Python path. So now we'll pass in Python path to every single one of our scripts. So exe path, blah, blah. Let's see, this one is using this one. Okay, Python path. So now I need to modify the shell scripts. So Python command is equal to $1, as in we inject the first argument to the script. And then here, it should be 2. So that should work. Now we'll do if Python, we need to do this. If, be very careful about how I write this. Python command is equal to nothing, then, alright, this is gross. It's also like super gross because I'm writing this on Windows. Like, so Windows can technically do this, but you really should not. Refresh the GitHub page, and we'll try. We can even give it a refresh. Look at that. So yeah, you're still going to get errors. I'm looking at the GitHub page right now on my other screen. That's not how you're supposed to do it. I'd be surprised if this actually compiles, or I'd be surprised if this actually runs. It shouldn't. You might want to look up what a dictionary is. So here's a few links I'll send to you, because I feel like I've already done a pretty good job of explaining the structure. Yeah, you're getting an error, of course. Yeah, for sure. So Godot dictionary. You're probably wanting to look for GDScript basics, actually. Let me see if I can find that. GDScript basics. Yeah, so you'll probably want to look at this. Just give this a really quick read through and then just keep referring to this until you feel comfortable with the... you don't need to actually read through any of the... Well, I would read through anything that is in like the dark text like that. That's usually pretty good. I usually skip over any of these unless I need to look at like operator stuff. I would look at array, look at dictionary, look at how these are defined. And I think that would help you a lot. Yeah. Pretty much anything that's inside of a code block, I would look at. Godspeed. I think there's still lacking the understanding there of the difference between an array and a dictionary. But, yeah. Look that up. Anything that's in the darker text that looks like code, you should look at it. I think that'll help you a lot. For sure. For sure. Let's see. If Python path is equal to this if, and then, okay, let's see. Python path, or I guess if Python path is equal to star, then Python path is equal to nothing. Yeah, so star will just be the special character. I will not allow you to save a Python path that's just empty. I guess you could, but then you'll get the same result, so it doesn't matter. So star is just the default, like, NA value. Well, you know what? Who am I to tell you how to live your life? You can set it to empty if you want. We're all friends here. So that's create VMV, and then we'll mess with the other one as well. Run OSF. Need to do the same thing here. So Python command is empty. Then we'll do all of this, and then free. Yeah. Okay. Cool. And then we'll just need to push everything over by 1, which is painful. Python command. We'll do all of this. Someone from the Discord supplied a very fancy grep command for me, which is very nice. I'm not great at shell scripts, since the syntax is very, very strict. It's tough. It's tough to write shell scripts. But this should work on Linux. We can give this a try. Actually, I can't give this a try, but a lad can believe, I guess. So at the very least, yeah. You know what? Something else I would need to do is hide this on Windows. Let's do that. So, that's in tracking. This should have a setup function that will call setup Python path, right? Then in tracking.gd, we'll do. This is very similar to how you would do like how we just write JavaScript, as I've said a million times. So Python path. So this takes some sort of control, some sort of element, 100%. Let's see. We'll hit you with if OS get name, or we'll match get OS name, right? Match OS get name to lower, right? Then we'll do, or I guess we only need to check to see if it's Windows, so we don't need to match. Matching is for nerds. So if OS get name to lower is equal to Windows, then return. There's nothing to set up. Otherwise, we'll want to do, or no, is equal to Windows, or if not. No, if it's Windows, then we'll want to make the element, we'll just hide it, right? Something like that. So let's see, that should work. Takes a little bit to load in. Yeah, so I can't access Python path on Windows, but I suppose if I kind of manually spoof my OS, then we can kind of force it into Linux/Mac OS mode, at least on the program side. Yeah, I think that should work. Let's see. Oh man, a lot of things changed. Let's put this on a branch and I can test this later on like my actual Linux box. I found a workaround. Very nice. I mean, you shouldn't have found a work. Are you talking about this still? Are you... Oh, you did it. Okay, cool. You did it. It's not a workaround. That's just the correct. That's just the correct way to do it. Yeah, that's just correct. But okay. Whatever floats your boat, I suppose. It's not a workaround. That's just the correct way, right? Did you read the thing I sent you, or no? Because it appeared that like you didn't I guess understand you weren't let me rephrase that. You didn't quite get the difference between dictionaries and arrays. So those are very different and also have a different set of syntax. I did somewhat slightly. Yeah, okay, so you didn't read it. That's okay. You can just say no. You're not hurting my feelings. Don't worry. At work today, I actually tried to... Someone from the client side tried to nail me for something that they broke. And it's like, yeah. Like, did you test the code? Yep. Did you read the documentation? Yep. Then why are you doing everything like incorrectly? It's like, oh, sorry, I didn't know. It's alright. You can just say no, but I get it. You can't admit faults, otherwise this is on you. I know, don't worry. I know. I get it. I'm picking up what you're putting down. Configurable Python path. Push or gets commits all. Make Python path configurable, inject Python path when starting face tracker. So push u origin is a feature, configurable Python path. Yeah, send it. So I didn't remember you said dick list. Lewd. Actually, technically what you've done here. Oh, actually, it is a... No. Is it? It is a dictionary of dictionaries. Of a list of lists. Sure. So, I mean, not to flex, but like this is technically what you should have done. I guess basing it off of what you were doing before, right? Is you should have done... scaling this way up so it's very visible, right? Should have been something like, what is it? Name. All right, I don't know. Like, do you need a quiz to test your knowledge? Is this what you require? I could give you a quiz to test your knowledge if you want. Actually, no, I can't. I don't have time for that. But remember, repeat after me, dictionaries are always key value. Key value. Whereas arrays are always value. Value, value. Right? Arrays are always value, value. As many values as you want, more or less. Whereas dictionaries are always key value. Am I saying it slow enough for you, or do you need me to slow that down even more? That's the main difference between the two. And then also, I guess, arrays are always ordered, but that's less important, I suppose. That's for a later time, for when you actually need things to be in order. But let's see. Compare and pull request. This is what I'm working off right now. I do need to actually try this later on like a real Linux machine. It's tough because I don't actually have a real Linux machine that's like handy. All I have is, well, I have my work laptop, and I'm not gonna, I have a feeling I should not be using my work laptop. Probably not a great idea. And then macOS doesn't support NumPy, or at least the version of macOS that I'm using doesn't support NumPy. Did someone ping me? Someone sent me a friend request. Who is this? Oh, it's this person, I think. Someone sent me a friend request on Discord. They have Chi-Chi from Genshin Impact as their profile pic. If this is who I think it is, this is really weird. We weren't that great of friends in school, but sure. I don't know how you found me. Will wave +1 ever work? No. What you would need to do... Sorry, I got distracted by the... I got super tilted by the fact that someone I would not have expected to send me a friend request. They sent me a friend request. Yeah, wave +1 will ever work? No. What you could do... There's a few ways around that, as there always are. So you could do... Let's expand this out. So there's wave plus string 1. Casper Dragon Wolf. Hello, hello. Casper Dragon Wolf. How are you doing today? How are you doing? Etc, etc. Yeah. I am working on enhancements to this thingy. Look at this. So now there's the possibility for remote control. So if you want to control this application from a, I don't know, you just want this to look like this. Because right now, if you ever want to make any adjustments, you always have to bring up the UI, and then you can see the UI on stream. But now, if you want to make adjustments, there is just like a random WebSocket server that's exposed. And then I'm planning on putting together an app so you can do this later. Or I guess you can control it remotely. So that does work. I've tested this. So in theory, very possible using Postman. In addition, also made it so you can define a custom Python port or Python path. This is mostly for Linux, so you can see it doesn't show up for Linux or for Windows because I'm running on Windows. But yeah, and then there's just general code cleanup stuff. Oh, and I guess eye blinks are linked as well, because I think by default they aren't linked. So, for example, this one is not linked. Oh, actually, check this out. Someone just sent me a model for me to check out. Oh, geez. What happened to her hair? Oh, never mind. It just got kind of weird, messed up. Yeah. So, by default, eye blinks are not linked, which means that sometimes you'll get kind of weird tracking errors where, like, you'll blink both eyes, but your eyes will just kind of, like, flicker. Anyways, that's me now. How nice. I think this one needs like a more aggressive rotation damp. Let's set it to 1. Yeah, one seems pretty good. But yeah, someone sent me this model to test with because they were getting some Z fighting, which Z fighting means in rendering terms you have multiple things on the same layer. So in 3D, you'll want to have some sort of logic to solve that. In 2D, you can just set the Z layer. But yeah, answering your question. So this is one of the ways. So this is wave plus. So you can only add together strings. So you turn the value 1 into a string. If you set it equals, that doesn't I'm pretty sure that won't work, or at the very least, yeah, no, that won't work. You must always add strings together, and then this is how I would do it, which is wave D, something like that. Oh, and by the way, if you want a space, you would want to prepend the space like that. Wave D, which is just be 1. And so this is using string formatting. So where D, lowercase d stands for something in C, I don't remember. It won't? Yeah, I didn't think it would. Oh, there's always kind of weird edge cases. In any language, it's like maybe you are able to assign. I know in Rust you're able to assign inside of an expression. Decimal? Well, anyways, that's okay. So if you wanted to set the name like that, just like dynamically based off of a number, these are your two solutions. X equals hex. S, yeah, I know S and D. I've used the rest before, but I always have to look it up because you can kind of see. Let me see. One of my repositories, I use it for passing data back and forth. Let me see. I think it's this one. Yeah. So this one, the dynamic flags come to me as a bit mask. So I don't know what to do with a bit mask. So I just let Rust format it. Question mark just means Rust, the compiler, takes the best guess. I know this one is binary, this one is hex. Yeah. I guess question mark isn't really an S, but it does just kind of, what's the word I'm looking for? It's not derive. It's infer it to be a string. Yeah. Makes the best guess. Well, yeah, I mean, I said that. Best guess. But yeah. So I've used them before, don't worry, you know. I might sound like a bumbling idiot. That's true in a lot of cases, but not for programming. Working on my Godot manager. A Godot manager. I also made a Godot manager. Look at this. Friendly Potato Project Manager allows you to create new projects with a given template and a given plugin. And then I'm also planning on adding the ability to, it's similar to Unity Hub, where Unity Hub allows you to, store executables, so you can open projects with a certain executable. Something like that. Godot Manager. What is Godot Manager? Oh, yeah, pretty much the same thing, right? Except it's, isn't this just the... Yeah, this is... I mean, it looks good. I'm doing the same thing I am, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, you have the Godot version thing as well. Yeah. But I did the... I think my main thing was the plugin thing. So you can inject plugins into your projects. So, you can do like an add plugin here. It already exists in this project. I don't really want to inject the plugin into any other one of my projects. Templates and add-ons. Yeah, see, there we go. We've done the same thing. Yeah. But hello, Bumdy. Hello. Yeah, but it looks like you already have the Godot version thing figured out, whereas I have only figured out the plugin and template stuff. Surprisingly enough, the template stuff is pretty difficult to use, or pretty difficult to make work if you have some things that you want to ignore inside of it. Right? Because as it turns out, like dynamically copying things while also ignoring some paths, that's tough. Because it means that you need to go file by file. You can't just recursively copy. We have release for Godot engine. Test plan is going to be 0.2. Very nice, very nice. Yeah, I think the way that I'm gonna have mine work is just supply a path. So you just need to download it yourself. So I feel like if you're a power user, you might as well just do it, because the Godot executable is very small. Yeah, and then also because it's the I do the same thing. I do the same thing as well. I don't know. I feel like you shouldn't rely on the releases thing though, mostly because it's not designed to be a content delivery thing. What's it called? CSM? CD something? CSM? No. Content, what's it called? Whatever a content service. It's some acronym. Yeah, so you know, you might get blocked at some point if they realize that you're using it to like as a content host. It's not really supposed to be used as a content host. I guess Tux family is, but GitHub not really supposed to do that. If you make this project manager icon for each project, it'd be cool. Yeah, I'm working on it. I'm working on it somewhat. I have other things to do. Like, I've been talking a lot, but that's also because I'm mostly done with whatever I'm doing right now. Content management, yeah, CMS, content management system, yes. Thank you. But yeah, so this application now has just a WebSocket server built into it. So if you want to, I'm going to create a separate app, also probably just made in Godot, that can hook back into this. So it'll run as probably just a web, or like in WASM, right? HTML5 export. You put in your, you know, your broadcast ports. I guess you'll also, once you expose this, you'll also need to keep track of your own, your IP address. So that could be a bit dicey for sure. But after that, you know, you can then control the entire application from your phone without ever opening up the UI that's being captured by OBS. That's the point. Yeah. And then also there's just better like Python stuff. So Python path, can't see it on Windows. Lots of code cleanup, etc. I do need to test this on Windows, or not Windows, on Linux. So we'll get around to it. We'll get around to it. But yeah. Let's see, it's starting to get late. Starting to get late, and there's not too much else for me to do. So the Python path configurable, that's done. Configurable camera device. I know that there's like a VL4 loopback, but that needs to be done on a Linux system. VL4 loop. VL4, is it, what is it called? V4L. V4L, not VL4. V4L Linux. V4L Linux, which is the standard video driver on most Linux distributions. If you're not using it, then I guess you're on your own. But I do need to hook into this, which means I need to write more shell scripts. Fantastic. And that's necessary because of this piece of code right here, which is this. So right now, I just kind of pass the, actually, is this even working on Linux? Now I'm thinking about it. Maybe you shouldn't, maybe I should just disable this on Linux for now. You know what? We're disabling this on Linux. Sorry. So if os get name to lower is equal to x11, or you know what? is in. This isn't the most efficient way to do it, that's okay. Is it OSX? Then element hide return. Yeah, so I'm pretty sure if you just use the default settings that I give you, it should just work out of the box. If you ever click on the camera elements, you have now screwed yourself. So to do, remove this once v4l support is added. Did you read what I missed? Why do you need that? I missed. Oh, so basically on Linux, right? Or let me backtrack a little bit. So on Windows, you're actually able to grab each camera device just using the built-in exe. However, on Linux, that doesn't work. So on Linux, I actually need to kind of manually pull for each camera device. And actually, I'm not even sure if you can provide a custom camera device. I haven't actually considered that. Haven't actually considered that. Can you provide a custom camera device on Linux for OpenC Face? So Godot doesn't capture? Well, it's not Godot, right? It's the actual face tracker that doesn't capture, because it needs to open a camera somehow. I'm not sure if you're actually able to pass a camera arguments, though. So like you can see here, if the OS name is NT, Windows, basically, then there's a list cameras thing, which is what I'm hooking into in the application. It's under the dev tree, yeah. But here, I'm not sure how to specify, yeah, capture, camera ID. So I'm not entirely sure if that's even possible with OpenC Face on Linux, but maybe it is. I haven't tried because I don't have a Linux box that has multiple cameras. I think I heard if you have a VR device as well, this will also break. Chonky duck time. Very nice, very nice. Don't know about the Python library, I haven't messed with that. Yeah, well, it's not really a Python library. Well, I guess it is. We could look for it. So what I'm going to be looking for is capture, because this is just argparse. Capture. Oh no, there's multiple captures. All right. Now we start the fun part, which is just looking for, okay, there we go. I don't know what input reader is. It's something. Input reader, so we can look at this. Show me this thing. Definition here. So this uses capture. Simple stream reader. Very nice. I think cool it with the spam, by the way, forgotten. I guess if you haven't realized it yet, it only takes the first instance of a keyword. So even if you pass in multiple chonkies, it only takes the first chunk. So I guess I will temporarily time you out and then untime you out if you do it again. Simple stream reader. Is that a thing on Linux? Is it still? No, it doesn't actually. I can guarantee it doesn't. Mostly because I wrote the code. And then also the code is free and open source, right? So if you don't believe me, you can always check. It's pretty trivial actually. So this is friendly potato stream. It's one of these. Then how can one chonk make the duck that big? It's just because each chonk, so check it out, each chonk does it like that. So if you pass in multiple chonks, that's just how it works, right? So like we can take a look, right? Code is free and open source on the chonk stuff, right? I call it chat minions internally. Ignore that. But look, so custom command, this is how it's parsed. We find the existing minion, we convert your message to lower, and then we only scan through it once, right? So if there is a chonk in your message, then we just call one instance of make chonky, which corresponds with one instance of me pressing this button. So there you go. There you have it. I'm not sure why you would argue with the person who made the software, though. Unlikely for you to know more than me. I would be surprised. I have, you know, it's happened before for sure. But that one instance does stick out in my memory as a very bad implementation. Which is why I'm able to recall it really easily. For Linux, usually dev video, yeah. So Linux is usually dev video, but oh, you know what? That's a great point. That's a great point. Casper Dragon Wolf. All right. I guess I'm not stopping now, but I will run off really quickly to go refill my drink. Forgot to mute myself. Oh, thank you for redeeming a hydrate as well. Can enumerate dev, yeah, for webcam devices, and then I should let you set the camera through using dev video. Yeah. That does make sense. That does make sense. You know what also makes sense? What if I just wrote a... Actually, how would I get a list? What's a simple bash command to just list everything in a given directory that matches a certain grep expression? So your mic is near your kitchen? Oh yeah, so like, I mean, this is the layout of my place, right? So this is, how do I make this bigger? Make it bigger. So this is the layout. There's the door. There's this. Something like that. I basically live in a big square, right? But that's most people. So then you have corner. There's your counter. There's your kitchen. There's your wall. There's your bathroom. Something like that. So something like that. So I'm here. Yeah, ls grep string. Yeah. ls dev video. Oh, okay, that chonky, not big. I don't know. But I mean, that's pretty much it. So this is the, that's the doorway. These are all doors. This is the bathroom, I guess. So we can have like a separate square for that. This is the bed. Ooh woo. This is where my TV. This is where my TV is. This is where my desk is. This is where my second desk is. This is where my piano is. This is where my guitar is. This is where my other guitar is. I don't really use anything over here, but I have a couch over here. I was gonna put a TV over here as well. So yes, this is my kitchen. Beautiful. Yeah. If you want regular expressions, oh, I'm not regular expressioning it. I'll leave that to the experts. Dev video will give you all video devices. Neat. So if I do, I just need to test this out for myself, right? So if I do dev Godot star, does it, is that true? Oh, this gave me the contents of each file as well. I don't want the contents. Put grep. Yeah, I guess if I grep, yeah, if you grep ls grep And then we'll just grep for Godot, why not? Well, ls, go backwards, dev. Okay, yeah, I guess ls grep Godot, yeah, expand. Yeah, don't worry. I work on rel systems on the daily. I don't usually do too much sysadmin work though, but I am very familiar with manipulating these systems. Technically certified to be a system admin actually, and then also studying for the certified engineer exam for Red Hats. So, in which case, you know, spoilers. I mean, it's very poorly kept secret that in order to pass that exam, you need to know how to rescue a system. So you start out the exam like completely locked out. So don't worry. My favorite command in any Linux distribution is apropos. I guess I don't have apropos on this system. That's okay. That's because it's git bash, where git apropos will search all man pages for like a certain text. Let's see. I'll hit it with an OS. Hold on. All right. It's a bit confused. Give me 1 sec. Undo. Redo. I guess we're doing this based off of, or we're doing this in two things. Git restore all. I guess you can't do git restore all. Git status. Git restore assets, resources. Git checkout master. Git checkout master. All right, let's start doing this. So this is, it's not really a feature. It's maybe like a catch up. So list cameras Linux. So let's give this a try. So OS executes. I'm pretty sure you can just pass in this on Linux and that'll be okay. Because I know on Windows, if you want to execute something in the terminal, you have to if you execute something in the terminal, you have to open up CMD explicitly. Or I suppose PowerShell would also work, but I don't usually use PowerShell. Even though I hear good things about PowerShell, I'm just not very familiar with it. So pipe. Grep. What was it? Video? That should work, maybe? Guess we'll just send it. Oh, actually, hold on. I need to ls in a specific directory, sorry. So that should be dev. I guess, yeah, it's just dev. Yeah, like I don't have a dev, but it's close enough, right? So if I open up a new bash, cd, and then we do, I mean, what are we even looking for? I don't even know. So we'll do ls grep Godot. Yeah, okay, that gives me exactly what I'm expecting. Cool. I think this will work, and then on Linux, this should just give me the correct output. Yeah, I didn't realize that that could work like that, but here's the question is, how does this work? Hold on. What does this take for capture? Because this isn't my app. I didn't write OpenCFace, which is why I kind of regret using the name OpenCFace GD for this application name. But the SEO is already set up, so. Okay, if OS path exists. Okay. Can you try it on Windows Subsystem for Linux? I don't have Windows Subsystem for Linux installed. I Or enabled, I should say. I should probably enable it at some points, but I won't. Oh, did you know apparently there was a fire alarm? I think that's why I woke up like before my nap ended, but I guess that would explain a lot. I think this will work. I think now I just need people to like test, or you know, more likely I'll just need to test it myself. Like this command output looks correct, right? Is it remote? What is it then? Remote connection Linux? No, I have just like a Linux computer. I actually have like a pretty good amount of Linux computers, but they're not as beefy as my Windows. So well, that's not true. I have one Fedora computer. I have one Pop OS computer. I was gonna say I have an Arch, I have an Arch Linux box. I use Arch, by the way. That's not true. It's actually OpenBSD right now. Which, by the way, setting up an OpenBSD computer super annoying because you have to use a wired connection up until you download the correct Intel drivers, because the Wi-Fi drivers are non-free, so you need to download them from the specified repo, and it's just a huge pain. Whereas I think Arch and pretty much every other mainstream like Linux distribution, not BSD, comes with drivers. Anyways, I usually test everything on Fedora, so, and I'm testing it on a pretty old version of Fedora as well. So if OS get name to lower equals Windows. I guess this is what it'll be on Windows. We don't need to pop back or pop front on Linux, since Linux should just give me the directories directly. How nice. Also, not sure what WSL has captured devices implemented from Windows, so yeah, I'm pretty sure it does not. I'm not even sure if it does WSL have like device pass-through? Like, it must have device pass-through to some extent, but like, can you even run like GUI applications on WSL? GUI Linux. Run Linux GUI apps with WSL. I guess it does, yeah, sure. Yeah, or is this for WSL 1? WSL 2, yeah. That's full pass-through, neat. All right, well, I think this will work. I think this will work. Actually, hold up. Hold up. Wait a minute. Something doesn't seem right here. So this gives me all output as... This is where it could break. I see. I see. WSL1 sound and other things. I don't know. I try not to do too many, I guess, outside of the user sandbox things on Windows, because Windows has a tendency to break on me. Even now, sometimes like my display driver will crash for my main monitor. I don't know why. It doesn't crash for my other monitors. Thank you for redeeming a hydrate. Open Media Vault, Proxmox, 2 Proxmox setups, don't know what that is. Elementary OS, Mac OS, Manjaro, Raspberry Pi with Android 12. Can you do that? I guess they're both ARM devices. That makes sense. Yeah, Elementary OS, I was kind of looking into it. I was like, eh. Like, Debian is a bit too far back for me. I don't want to use Ubuntu because Ubuntu does some weird stuff. Not really a huge fan of RHEL systems either. Mostly because I'm more comfortable using apt personally, because that's the first one that I used. Oh, you know, no, this is probably true. This is probably true, right? Because standard outputs just comes as a big string, doesn't it? I'm not sure. Guess we'll add it to do. Check to see if this is correct on Linux. One hypervisor server. You have Android x86 on a laptop. Android x86? Does that exist? I remember on my Pop! OS laptop, I tried installing, or it's not really installing. There was like a way to kind of sideload support for Android. So I got like halfway there. And I was like, all right, well, this seems like too much of a pain. So then I tried uninstalling it, failed. I think I did like an incorrect mod probe at some points and then like completely borked myself. So now I should probably reinstall Pop! OS. Because the kernel driver is almost certainly like hanging on by a thread. There is like a kernel module in there that's not supposed to be in there, but I guess it's okay. Yeah. I think my older brother has a hypervisor server, or it's not a hypervisor server, it's like a VMware thingy that can spin up virtual machines, something like that. I don't really know. I don't do too much VMware. Mostly just do containers in Linux. And by Linux, I mean rel. You can detect hardware though. Sometimes need patches. I don't know. Haven't thought too much about it. Default camera. Or I guess this should now change to like unable to find cameras. Or I guess unable to list cameras. Something like that. And then here I guess I should unconnect it, I suppose. Like this is kind of gross, but that's fine, I guess. So the only thing that has changed is the tracking.gd, and this is kind of what I'm talking about. This is very JavaScript like. I think if I had to rewrite this entire application, I would do it in C#, and then just have like these like JavaScript-esque files just be in GD script and then hot load them at runtime. But everything else should probably be in a more structured language. Because at this point, I'm very confused as to which things go where. I need static typing. I'm doing Godot manager. It's in C#. Nice. Yeah. I think I tried C# for a little bit in Godot. I definitely gave it a fair shake, but it's like, eh. If I don't think I need it, no, it's more like I'll use it when I need to use it. Yeah. So when you learn the language, once you learn GD script, it's 100 times easier. I don't know. I feel like all languages are kind of the same to me, but that's because I write so many of them. I think this is good, by the way. Right, because the first language I learned was Python, so of course like this is a very Python style syntax. And then I also work with a lot of Golang at work, so. And then educated with Java, you know, did some JavaScript, did some TypeScript, did some Rust, pretty much do everything. I wrote my own programming language as well, so. Very familiar with how, I guess, the programming languages just kind of work. Let's see, I think this is good. Yeah, let's just send it. Okay, so refactoring plus rewriting is boring. I don't know, I like refactoring. I mean, I don't refactor on stream because it's just not very interesting, although it is easier for me to just kind of talk about random BS when I'm refactoring because I don't need to actually think. Or I don't need to think as hard as I would normally need to. Add support for polling for camera devices. on Linux. Origin features list cameras Linux. Send it. Where is it? I have another window. Just go back, compare and pull request. This already exists. All right, pull request. Send it. Look at this. Also, basic C, C++, C#, Java, JavaScript, Ruby, Euphoria? What's Euphoria and Vala? Isn't Euphoria like that's like an Unreal Engine scripting language? Isn't that it? Vala, Python, Perl. I hate Perl. Bash, hate Bash. Batch, hate Bash. Any of the like the system level scripting languages, I just hate them. Perl especially. Perl sucks. Interpreter programming language, that procedural? I don't know. I'm not familiar with Euphoria. Euphoria language. Oh, okay, cool. What is this? I've never seen it. It looks a lot like Lua though, I can tell you that. Yeah, will this work? Wave type equals wave. No, it won't. Straight off the bat. Or make it look like the right wave? No. You have made several code mistakes right off the bat. Yeah, Lua. Oh, I know Lua as well. I think Love 2D was the first game engine I tried. Yeah, so I think Lua was the first one I was like, wow, you know. And then I realized that it was base 1 indexing just like R. And so I slowly grew to hate it. I hate base 1 indexing. If only because it's just different enough to really mess me up. Yeah, so Forgotten, do you see a problem with the current line? Here's just kind of another open question. Is there something wrong here? Perhaps if you take off this part, it'll work. And I suppose if you do it like that, then it's okay. Maybe you just had like extra external parentheses for whatever reason. And then current wave is not defined for me, but if you var current wave, I'm assuming current wave is an integer for you though, so which means that you need to do that string. So look up what the string function does in Godot. So you can see under just the basic, this is one of the built-in GD script functions. It turns pretty much everything into a string by calling its built-in toString function. It's very similar to how Python does it. Yeah. Well, Forgotten's a beginner, so you gotta cut him some slack. I prefer, of course, the string format way, but I think this way is also like pretty easy to read. I guess if you're not used to string formatting. Like I think I used to not be. I used to do it like this as well for a while, until I just kind of like forced myself to get really good at string formatting, and now I highly prefer it. So it's just one of those things, you know. You'll grow into it. You'll Stockholm syndrome yourself into liking a certain feature, doing things a certain way. I think there is also a performance thingy. Like it's just slightly more performant if you do string formatting a certain way in some languages. Like I think if you do string concatenation using like the arithmetic operators in Python, it's slower than just doing it string formatting. Because it requires like a few more function calls, I think. Because you need to like toString it and then, you know, go through the arithmetic operator. Whereas I think if you just do string formatting, it just has like a C function that does it for you. So like the speed up is minimal, but if you have like an ultra hot path, I guess that's an easy win, a quick win as they say. But yeah, I think this is gonna be it for me for today. Thanks for tuning in. I'll be live tomorrow from 9 to 11 p.m. Eastern time, working on hopefully a game. I'm gonna try to get this just kind of done. Actually, does lip syncing work? Oh yeah, I forgot to turn on lip syncing. I do need to fix lip syncing at some point though. Because right now you can kind of see it's pretty scuffed because actually it's matching to the incorrect part of the waveform. I think I subtracted when I should have. Oh no, I added when I should have subtracted at some point. But from far away, it's not very visible. But yeah, tomorrow, hopefully I'm working on a game, maybe. Using my, you know, I wrote a PixelArt plugin, or it's not even a PixelArt, it's just like a regular art plugin for Godot. It seems to have been passed over by the majority of the Jam people, but that's okay. Good thing I wrote it for myself. Yeah, so this is the thing I spent a ton of time working on. So now that I have this working, I can start just doing other stuff, I guess. Yeah. How's the rating? I don't know. I only have 5 ratings on mine, so whatever. It's almost like 100% because of the cover, right? The cover doesn't really tell you too much about it, which is fair. I tried to drum up some support on, you know, the usual channels. You post a tweet, make a Reddit post with a video, of course. You know, post in Discord, but most people aren't really into it. Some people are more interested in the project manager, actually, which I also made for that jam. But I think there's like an equal amount of people who just don't understand what you would use a custom project manager for. But I think the plugin thing is the biggest thing. But I guess people who make plugins maybe just don't consider the bigger picture. I don't know. But yeah, live tomorrow, 9 to 11 p.m. Eastern time. You've been given the channel a follow already. I highly encourage you to do so. I stream Sundays, Tuesdays, Thursdays from 7 to 10 p.m. Eastern time, or later, as you can probably tell, because it's 11:45 p.m. for me right now. And also Wednesdays from 9 to 11 p.m. Eastern time. There is. So I told you to put tips. What do you mean tips? Yeah, there is a Discord. There is my GitHub. Let's see. If you're interested in any of the pieces of software you see on screen, I made this thing. This is OpenCFace GD, available on my GitHub. I also made this thing that Forgotten is currently just totally abusing and also spamming. So cool it. All right. All right. Where's timeout? Timeout. We can do it. The Forgotten. 10 seconds. Oh, I should have banned you and then it would have cleared your messages as well. But yeah. Anyways, reset your scale. Yeah. That's pretty much it. Let's pass it on to someone else if someone else is streaming. Who else is doing Godot stuff? So let's see. Let's see. Later's Tim. Later. But wait. We're still doing stuff. Alright, let's pass it on to, I remember this person. Let's raid Nova. There we go. Get ready to get sense. But yeah, thanks for tuning in. Live tomorrow, 9 to 11 p.m. Eastern time, working on a game probably, or probably the PixelArt thing, I don't know. I'm gonna do the Linux testing off stream. Anyways, goodbye.